Hello from Philadelphia, and welcome back. Thanks for joining us for the final installment of the Amplify Philly at Home series. For those of you who aren't familiar, the Amplify at Home monthly series kicked off in July and spotlights the convergence of music, art, business, and tech. You can catch all of our past programs on our YouTube channel, and you can also tune in on YouTube and at amplifyphilly.com this afternoon. We have another packed afternoon of programming for you today, showcasing the best in Philly's talent and discussing issues and topics that are relevant not only to Philly, but to cities everywhere. I'm Michelle Freeman of Witty Gritty, co-organizer of Amplify Philly, and I'm with my fellow co-organizer, Dave Silver from Rec Philly. Yo, Dave.
Yo, Michelle. What's up, y'all? What's up, y'all? Welcome back to Amplify Philly at Home. My name is Dave Silver, co-founder of Rec Philly, also co-organizer of Amplify Philly. We are super pumped to be broadcasting live from our space here at Rec. We're over at 9th and Market inside the Fashion District, a space we opened up back in December and reopened again in August, 10,000 square foot creative center. We're here actually in the middle of our co-working space, and we'll be up on our Live Nation stage throughout. Gotta fix this mask and make sure I'm covered. We're here at Amplify Philly at Home. For folks that are just learning about Amplify Philly for the first time, this is an initiative in our 5th year. It's actually our first year as an official nonprofit, which we're super psyched about. But it's typically us going down to South by Southwest and going across the country and celebrating Philadelphia to the world. An international activation to tell Philadelphia stories about the great people, about the great businesses, about the great music and art that's happening here, and to connect our Philadelphians with the rest of the world and tell those stories. Unfortunately, obviously, we are not at South by Southwest, but we are doing the next best thing, which is giving y'all some great content from home. Hope y'all are enjoying this, and hopefully you've tuned in to some of our past activations. I just want to point out that this does not happen without our sponsors and our supporters. You're seeing some logos up on the screen, a bunch of logos that are all local organizations and startups and organizations that help make this possible. But it goes way further than just the logos. Those are people behind those logos who really make what we do work here and who really care about Philadelphia. So we want to thank y'all for that. Also want to thank the folks behind the screen, the
Literally
folks
behind
the screen, the folks at Mid-Atlantic FX and Rob for their team for the continuous help to give us a great live quality broadcast. Rob and the Mid-Atlantic FX team have come down to South by with us in years past and helped make this possible here from home. And I also just want to thank the other teams that are doing the work behind the screen, specifically Michelle and the Witty Gritty team, and my team here at Rec, who bring the live music to life. So thanks to the Witty Gritty team, to the Rec team, and we're doing things a little differently today, Michelle, aren't we?
We are. We get the day off, kind of, which is
that's
nice.
Great. Day off. Oh, that's nice.
Here's the deal. We're really excited to have Jen Devor and Megan Smith of Better Civics, Philadelphia extraordinaires. They will be taking over the host duties for the afternoon.
Oh, man.
So we get to kick back and relax pretty much. But let's bring up Jen and Megan.
Come on.
We'll scooch over for a second. We are all masked up.
There we go.
So I think we're going to let Jen and Megan take it from here and just gracefully dip out.
Oh, okay. Right. Okay, here I go.
They didn't even coordinate their outfits. Look how good they look. They sort of
That's
did.
us.
Yes,
we're
right.
Yep.
Fantastic.
Better together. All right. Hi, everybody. As Michelle mentioned, my name is Jen Devor, and we're excited to be here today.
And I'm Megan Smith. This is going to be a fun afternoon, Jen. What's up?
It really is, yeah. So we've got a lot going on. Megan and I are going to be talking about voting and elections and civic engagement throughout the day. But we also have a great lineup of panels, chats, musical performances. We hope you can join us all day. But if you can't, that's okay. You can pop in and out when you can. If you are viewing via amplifyphilly.com, you'll see the schedule posted online, and you can follow along with that. You can also view the live stream on YouTube Live, where you can leave comments and ask questions, and meet us back there for trivia later, too, because that's going to be really important to have that chat function. And, of course, we're going to be active on social media all day. Follow along at Amplify Philly and tag @BetterCivics. So, Megan, what do we got lined up right now?
Well, we're kicking things off with the musical performance from Alyssa Garcia. I'm super excited. I've heard such great things. So we want to thank XPN for helping Amplify Philly present the music spotlights during the At Home series. Alyssa is a award-winning singer, songwriter, and pianist who you may have seen opening for The Voice winner Sawyer Fredericks. Please welcome Alyssa Garcia. Woo! Hey, girl.
Follow the leader, I did what you do. Let myself get lost in your kind of love. But nothing that I ever said was gonna be enough. Isn't it lonely up on your pedestal, treating everyone like you do? Isn't it lonely thinking you're the savior when nobody worships you? I cried, I tried, but I won't tell you a lie this time. You threw it all away. I hope you're satisfied. Now that I'm living free from you, bet you're still convincing yourself that you saved me, made me who I am. You swear there's no apology, you gotta stand. But isn't it lonely up on your pedestal, treating everyone like you do? Isn't it lonely thinking you're the savior when nobody worships you? I cried, I tried, but I won't tell you a lie this time. You threw it all away. I hope you're satisfied. No more puzzle to be solved, no puppet on your string. No more making me feel like I've ruined everything. I know better now, I won't tell you a lie. You threw it all away. I hope you're satisfied. Satisfied. Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here with Amplify Philly. I've got a couple original tunes for you, and this next one is a brand new single that came out last Friday. It was produced by another awesome creator in Philly, Ben Runyon, who's also known as City Rain, and it's called This Is It. Until I found you, I didn't feel things like I was meant to. And I can't lie to you, I'm terrified, but I don't mind. Just means I'm finally fighting for something worthwhile. From the beginning, you were a choice. Not a want, not a need, but someone I believed I could love long time. Let a future flash before our eyes. This is it for me. This is it for me. This is it for me. I choose you. This is it for me. This is it for me. This is it for me. I love you. Harmony to my melody. We move like planned choreography. You tell me all the secrets you know that I'll keep. And from the beginning, you were a choice. Not a want, not a need, but someone I believed I could love long time. Let a future flash before our eyes. This is it for me. This is it for me. This is it for me. I choose you. This is it for me. This is it for me. This is it for me. I love you. Laugh with me, cry with me, spend all your time with me, sing with me, dance with me, spend all your time with me, hurt with me, heal with me, spend all your time with me, spend all your time with me. I didn't know love until I found you. Laugh with me, cry with me, spend all your time with me, sing with me, dance with me, spend all your time with me, hurt with me, heal with me, spend all your time with me, spend all your life with me. Thanks. Thank you, thank you. This next song is called Shoulda Known Better, and it is an unreleased one. It's going to be on the album that I'm currently working on, so I hope you guys enjoy. We shoulda known better. You shoulda known better. Yeah, I shoulda known better. I bet you're not even listening, and that's just the medicine of letting you go. I pray things would be different, but baby, in the end, there was nothing left to show. For a little while, I was yours and you were mine, caught up in a fantasy of lovers that went blind. And yeah, for a little while, I was ignorantly bliss, sealing off my fate with each intoxicated kiss. You shoulda known better. We shoulda known better. I shoulda known better than to let you in like this, yeah. And I never said it would be easy. I gave you transparency, gave you my love. But when push came to shove, you couldn't believe me, that I would have been the best thing for you, the blessing that you will never have. Now I won't let you ever cross my mind, yeah. More than half the times I used to lie to myself, saying you would love me endlessly, but no. Baby boy, there wasn't love. There's still so much we had to show. I know for a little while I was yours and you were mine, caught up in a fantasy of lovers that went blind. And yeah, for a little while I was ignorantly bliss, sealing slipping off my face with each intoxicated kiss. You should've known better. We should've known better. I should've known better than to let you in like this. You should've known better. We should've known better, yeah. I should've known better than to let you in like this. Thanks. Thank you so much. I have one more for you guys. I just want to thank Amplify Philly for having me. This has been so cool. And if you like what you heard today, you can find me at Alyssa G. Garcia on Instagram, Facebook. I'm on Spotify, SoundCloud, Apple Music, all that fun stuff. And thank you so much for listening. This last one is called Running, and it's also a single that I released back in July. And I hope you really enjoy. Thank you, guys. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Tell me, can you love me longer? Will you stick around? If I tell you that I need space, promise not to overcomplicate. I just need to be found. And if I miss you, it'll change the way I kiss you. I don't wanna bore you, but I'm running out of things to say. I'm running from myself. I'm running toward my doubt. I'm running, 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 running. But all this running's gonna bring me home to you. Miles apart, but I don't mind it. Love me from afar and find me falling deeper, deeper into you. Baby, choose your moments wisely. Less is more. It's so enticing, stronger than we ever been before. And if I miss you, it'll change the way I kiss you. I don't wanna bore you, but I'm running out of things to say. I'm running from myself. I'm running toward my doubt. I'm running, 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 running. But all this run is gonna bring me home to you. Running, running, running. And if I miss you, it'll change the way I kiss you. I don't wanna bore you, but bore you, but absence makes the heart grow fonder. Tell me, can you love me longer? Will you stick around? If I miss you, it'll change the way I kiss you. I don't wanna bore you, but I'm running out of things to say. I'm running from myself. I'm running toward my doubt. I'm running, ooh. But all this running's gonna bring me home to you. Thank you so much.
All right. That was amazing, Alyssa. Thank you so much. It makes me realize how much I've missed listening to live music. For those of you that know me, you know I'm a big karaoke fan too. So maybe we'll have Alyssa come back for a sing-along later or something. That was great. Please keep following Alyssa. You can follow her at Alyssa Garcia. And also stick around for our next musical performance later today featuring Eli Capella at 3 p.m. We've got an awesome lineup still happening throughout the day today. Next up is a topic that is near and dear to mine and Better Civics' heart. We're going to have a conversation with Michael Butler of Technically Philly and Leonzo Vargas of Global Village, another incredible organization. They're going to be discussing voter empowerment and why your vote matters. So let's kick it over to Michael and enjoy.
Awesome. Well, hello, my name is Michael Butler. I'm a reporter with Technically Philadelphia, and I'm excited right now to share the floor with Leonzo Vargas, CEO of Global Village. And for this discussion right now, we're going to discuss the importance of voter empowerment and how voters being able to have accurate information is better for their voting experience and just the community overall. So Leonzo, can you just talk a little bit about your background for a moment?
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Leonzo Vargas. I am the CEO of Global Village, also identify as a social entrepreneur, urban wellness advocate, right? And urban maestro, right? Which comes from the Village Jam, the only concert where the audience is the headliner, and I'm the facilitator of the event. So a bit about my background is I was born in the Bronx. I am first generation citizen. My parents are from Honduras, and we are of the Garifuna tribe, right? Descendants that come from West Africa to St. Lucia, then got exiled to Honduras, and then my parents migrated to the Bronx, right? Which really enticed me to understand what it is to have rights as just people who might not be at the top of the totem pole, right? Then from there, got into, music and really inspired through all the sounds being raised in the Bronx, and a family was nonstop music playing in the crib. And then from there, becoming a performing artist, a rapper, and then getting into community building and really seeing how I can be part of providing a platform for not just myself, but other creatives and other artists, and how can I really get them all in one room to perform at the same time. And that's when we brought together the Village Jam, the only concert where the audience is the headliner, under my organization, Global Village, which I co-founded with two of my co-founders, and, really pushed it through with a team. And really the significance of that was, how can we push wellness and mindfulness through entertainment, right? Instead of preaching, how can we be about it, but also create spaces that people can interact with it? And then from there, really got into politics, when I learned that communities and the way we live really are just a branch from, or really is just a root, and the fruit that falls from the tree of policies that are created by the government that governs us, right? So really wanted to participate and learn more and educate myself, and not just myself, but then take that information and spread it to my community and those who identify or connect with myself and Global Village. And then here we are.
Yeah, definitely. And I appreciate, you sharing your background, being first generation, because I'm a first generation. My mom came to the States from Panama. So, I definitely can relate with you on that note. It's really interesting with me on how you discuss what it means for you to come from like an arts background and focus on building community. For you, how does building community tie into empowering voters?
Building community, how does that tie into empowering voters? For me is simple, right? It's the community that we live in, everything, the communities that we live in have been designed and been created and constructed and built out to be lived the way that we see it being lived, right? And these and these designs and these constructions have been put in place by people that we put in power to create these designs and these systems, right? And by we, I mean the folks, you know, who have had the ability to put those people in power, right? Which people of color, women have not always had the right to choose who governs us, right? But now we do, right? So it's how can we and our community members really participate in that right, exercise that right to use our power to put the people who we feel align with our rights in place. So it's pretty simple for me. It's if there's things that you want to see in your neighborhood and you want them to be different, then it's really making sure that we exercise our right to vote and choosing those people who can create those solutions or make those changes that we see.
Yeah, definitely. Something that's I find often is that people tend to only think voting matters relative to like these large elections, so like the presidential election. From your experience, why is it important for people to, you know, participate in the local elections when it comes to like doing things like fixing things in your neighborhood?
Absolutely. When it took for me to understand that, you know, the big thing that's always pushed to us via media is the president. Okay. So really learning and understanding that the president is really part of national, you know, making sure as far as like national and international affairs and being the commander in chief when it comes to military and exercising like executive rights from the bigger scale is something that we pay attention. But then it's kind of like all things, right? It's like we get told what we picture how to get to the big picture and really understanding that it takes for us to break those things down on a small scale, right? So then it comes to our local neighborhoods, right? And who are the people who are in charge of our local neighborhoods, right?
Right.
It goes, right. We have, you know, the city council, we have our mayors, right? We have our Senate, right? House of Representatives, and then it goes, you know, I mean, and there's numerous, right? We can go forever, right? We can talk about our state treasurers, right? We can talk about our district attorneys, our district at large, you know, and these are the people who the local elections are the people who really have more of an effect on us a lot quicker than the president does, right? These are the people who are choosing, the people who are picking up our trash, right? These are the people who are putting state taxes, right? These are the people who are choosing how our schools are ran, you know, how the state, how our policing is being done, you know, and all of these things are things that really affect us a lot more closer than the president does. So it's like, with that being said, making sure that we focus on those local elections and state elections, right? Just as much as we're putting emphasis and power into voting for our who's going to be our president, you know?
Definitely. Something interesting I found, you know, in just looking at your recent work is you have a focus on providing people with information. And I think to me, that's something really unique, because we're frequently hearing people tell us, go vote, go vote, go vote. But what we're not getting as much of is people explaining the importance of that. So could you discuss a little bit more why you decided to focus on emphasizing information for voters?
Yeah. You know, here's the thing. I'm about to get real raw on this Zoom.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Here's the thing. Okay. A lot of the information that we receive are from our peers, Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the information they receive is from their peers. And a lot of the information they receive is false information, is people, news reporters and media putting out opinion-based, quote unquote, facts to draw in money, right? And eyeballs, okay? And these are the things that people are running with, that people, us as people are going with as like our facts, you know? And not all, but for the majority, right? And for me, you know, once I understood that concept and understood that for the majority of people who are really going with that information and pushing that to people and telling them to vote, right, from a biased standpoint where it's not the entire landscape of having all of the facts, I realized from that standpoint, you know, it's really hard to believe and trust folks who are telling me to vote when that's the information that I'm being told, right? So then it took for me to really go in and learn about, okay, one is what and who am I voting for, okay? And this is information that we have access to, okay, but are not taking the steps to find. Okay. So what I wanted to do was take those steps and fuel them and push them through the avenues that majority of us are receiving that information, which is social media. Okay. So giving that information so then people themselves can take that information and make the decisions that they want to make based on that. Okay. So that's really where I wanted to focus on is, okay, how can I share this education with people so they can make their own information instead of making decisions based on other people's wants, beliefs, fears, motivations, okay, ambitions, values, you know, and shift that and put the power in the hands of the everyday person, you know? So that's really where the inspiration came from for me, man. It's knowing what is real, and what is real is what is the bare bone fact, you know, and going with that before other people get to build on top of that fact and feed it to you.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate you breaking it down like that, because it's too common for any of us to just go on Instagram and you see like 10 different memes about something. And before you even get a chance to go look it up, your mind is subconsciously already made up, you know, and I find that happens for a lot of people. You know, you go look on Facebook to see how your uncle or aunt is doing. Before you scroll, you've already seen all of this stuff, and it might not even be real information. You know what I mean? It might just be something that's heavily biased or made up. So it's really important to do that.
And we've seen the social dilemma, right? We got the social dilemma out there. We got the gray hack out there, you know, and it's proven that information is being manipulated for people to make decisions. Well, to make choices based on decisions that people have already made for us.
Yeah, and if for anyone out there that hasn't seen The Social Dilemma yet, it's a great Netflix documentary about social media and the effects social media is having on people. Strongly recommend it. You go check it out. Leonzo just hit a big part of what you get to see in The Social Dilemma, because they actually break down how, you know, companies like Facebook or Twitter already know what you're going to do based upon your previous activity on the apps. And it's all, there's psychology and science around why you do the things that you do. Moving to maybe a little bit more optimistic of a discussion point. You and Global Village are doing this work in the middle of a pandemic, and you guys are
talk about it,
gaining a lot of traction, somehow getting this work done in a pandemic where people are social distancing, people can't, you know, meet in the same way they normally would. Can you talk a little bit about your strategy in still engaging people in the midst of a global pandemic?
Yeah, you know, is interesting, right? Because the one quote that said is, people will always connect to the truth. No matter what the times are, no matter what's trending, people will always connect to the truth, right? What's authentic and what's real. And that's what we were built off of, you know, in a space where the only thing in a space where we create a platform for artists to come together and create on the spot, the only thing you can do is create what's authentic and what's inside, because you don't have the chance to think. You don't have the chance to go home and write and then come back and do, you know what I mean? Because there's no covers, we ask no writtens, do what comes at that spot, and really carrying that through the entire company and making sure that we stick with that value. And because of that, we've been able to really then focus on like, okay, how can we take that to our digital content? How can we take that, and give people the visuals and the sounds that really, that gave that same feeling as the in-person, which you can never give the in-person and the digital feeling would never be the same, right? But what you can do is still be able to push that authenticity through audio and visual, and people will still connect, So our strategy, I can give you the whole like spreadsheet, play by play, like, reach these many people, these key performance indicators. But the truth is, it always comes down to just sharing what's real, sharing what's authentic. And the people who will receive that, and they'll give that back to you, and they'll keep coming back because they trust the brand, they trust the information, they trust the feeling, and that's our key, is always like, does it feel right to us? If it does, cool, let's put it out. If it doesn't, then we shouldn't, because then our folks won't connect to us. And it's interesting because our following has grown more during the pandemic than when we were in the physical space. And that's because we were able to more, digital, you can reach more people than the physical. You can have an event one time, it's only so many people can attend, but if you do something digitally, anyone in the world can receive it and experience it. And that's one thing that we learn, is to really, focus on that and more attention on that, so than the physical space, and not just because we had no choice, but also learning in the future when we're able to have physical events to whatever capacity, still focus on the digital content and the global content, and connecting, allowing people to connect more in that space as well.
Yeah, definitely. Something that I think is probably overstated at this point. I'm not here to waste anyone's time. The audience, Leonzo, but it's kind of the elephant in the room, is just how important this election is, for everybody in this moment. I've seen things online where a lot of people are saying, well, for the kids that can vote, maybe you're a teenager, hey, you still need to be aware of the topics. For you, Leonzo, does this election have an added importance, giving the recession and other things happening in the country?
Look, I look at, I don't know if I could curse, so I'm gonna hold that. I look at voting, and it was dope because I was listening to a Talib Kweli podcast with Chuck D. And he said something really cool, which really caught my attention. He said, I view voting as wiping my butt, right? Like, it's something that you have, it's something that you do, but you don't gotta do. But if you don't, you're gonna be stinking all the time, and people gonna want to stay away from you, right? But, yeah. But what I honestly got from that, what I perceived that he was saying is like, yo, you have the ability to vote, all right, and you have the ability and the choice. You have the ability and the choice to walk around knowing that you made a decision that you made a decision that has power over your everyday life. Okay. And to answer your question, do I think there's any added, look, every election, people say this is the most important election. So I'm not even going to throw that out. You know what I'm saying? Like, for me, is if you feel like this is the most important election of our generation, okay, that's cool. But the thing is are you okay with the decisions and the way the world is and where it's going? That's to me what what is the reason why you should vote? Are you okay with how the world is now and where it's going, and who will be in place to dictate where it's going? All right, and like that's why I think people should vote. You know, is yeah. Does the world look like the way you envision it? And is this the world that you want to live in?
Yeah, I really appreciate you using that analogy, because I'm not going to forget that anytime soon. Man. I'm not. If anyone asks me like, "Hey, man, why are you going to vote?" I'm gonna be like, "Hey, well, listen, Chuck D, he said it like this, So I'm not going to forget that anytime soon. And I think it's a really vivid analogy for any listeners out there on just why you should vote. One other things I wanted to ask you about, while we have time today, is just what are some things that you've been seeing on social media that are showing you like that people are starting to grasp the information you guys are putting out there? Like, are people blowing up your the Global Village comments on Instagram? Are people DMing you questions?
Well, I'm gonna keep it 100, like a buck. On social, like I have a social media, we have a social media person. So what are we seeing as a company? What we're seeing as a company is people more being tapped in and tuned in to how they feel based on the results of what's happening in the world. Right. And that's what people are more being moved to and being commenting on. And honestly, to be, just keep it a buck. Like, I don't follow anyone on my personal Instagram. Right. And the reason I do that is because I want to be able to make my own choices and decisions before other people tell me what theirs are. And I feel wrong. And I feel wrong because I don't agree with theirs, or I feel a feeling of acceptance because they're saying what I'm saying, right? I want to continue to grow myself and grow my vision, my values, and what I believe is true, and make that decision first before it's influenced by somebody else or by the world. And I have this feeling of needing to agree because of tribalism, right? So, right. But on the global page, it's important for people to feel that connection, that community, right? So that way, if they have questions, they have other people who are sharing their truths with them, right? And within Global Village, we're strong on individuality, right? And people will tell you if they agree and if they don't, right? And that's the beauty of that. And I think people feel that support and they feel that togetherness because of that. So instead of I feel like the Village community are answering questions amongst themselves, and the Village platform allows that to happen.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned even your own personal experience with social media anecdotally, because anytime I see someone follow like even 500 people and they don't follow anybody, I'm like, man, they must be like a celebrity or something. And this is actually the first, on the side note, this is the first time where somebody's actually broken down why somebody is doing that. And it's because social media is basically like a two-way mirror. And so at this point, whether we realize it or not, every person that we follow in some way, shape, or form, we're sharing their experience and we're tapping into their identity and all of that. So that's really interesting. You should mention that.
Yeah, and to bring it around back, a lot of these decisions and a lot of what's posted on social media is literally people just wanting to be liked, right? Getting their likes up. So it's like a lot of it is not even their real thoughts or opinion, right? I mean, you're trying to tell me in a world where Donald Trump was elected, right? Let's just put it like this, right? And or even let's go this route, right? Where the George Floyd and Breonna Taylor cases happened. You're trying to tell me that everybody that I follow or that followed me agrees with the verdict, right? But I guarantee you that there are people who just won't say it, right? Because they don't want that attack, So because of that, I understand the power of social media. I understand what's happening and what is the true emotion and the validations people are seeking on it. And because of that, the ratio of me being on it than off is more off, right? Because I need to be on, you know?
Yeah.
So I could get my shit off. Ooh, that's a bar. But yeah,
Look, man.
So there you go, you know?
Yeah, definitely, man. I really appreciate you like looking at it from that vantage point, because I think the effects of like George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, just every police killing, the information we received during the pandemic feels like it hits hard in a different kind of way, because we're isolated. And like you said, you probably have a lot of people on the other side of their phone or whatever. They may feel a certain way, but maybe their job follows them, or maybe they don't want to turn somebody off, or they're scared of not being liked. They can't even put hashtag Black Lives Matter. You know, it's so complicated with social media right now. To that note, man, before we get off, what are some tips you have for people that want to get more information on heavy subjects, but may feel like they don't know which way they can go? Because I think voting is a great example of a subject where a lot of people are being bombarded from all ways. You know, you turn on the NBA game, 100 different ads. You get on your computer, 100 different ads. So what tips do you have?
So real quick, because I wanted to add this point to the last one.
Oh yeah, please do.
Social media is a great tool for what you want to distribute to the world, right? So I just want to make that note too, right? So like, I know when it's time for me to get on social media, right? And that's when I have something important to share, right? Or there's a space that's being held for people to attend, right? Then it's like, okay, boom, I got to get on because I got to use this tool to get people the news, right? Which was what it was intended for, right?
Right.
For the whole situation. So if you don't mind, Michael, can you repeat your question one more time?
Oh, no, that's all good, man. Yeah, what tips do you have for people that are interested in just getting more information on things like voting, and just topics? I'll say that they might see on social media, but aren't getting the most accurate information on it. And I think voting is a great example of that topic.
Yeah, I think that it really comes down to is Googling, right? But Google 3 points of Google, like this is what I usually do, right?
Okay.
You know, so if something comes up, right, where it's like this big news, I check 4 sources, right? And I'm not going to share those sources because I don't want to influence other people to go that route, right? So what I do is I just check 4 sources, and one, right, they're left wing, right wing, some are quote unquote nonpartisan, right? And check those out, and then listen to what people are saying, right, and things of that sort, and what information they're giving off, and then I compare and contrast, and then I add how I feel about it, and that's kind of what I pull from it. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of where I come to my John. You know what I mean? And my final verdict. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, no, man, I appreciate you breaking down that aspect, because it's like, regardless of what, it's not about, I'm going into this thinking this is left, this is right, this is black, this is white, whatever. I'm just going to go these different perspectives, see what I'm thinking and what aligns most with me. So I really appreciate you breaking it down like that, man. Yeah. Leonzo, are there any last things you want to just throw out there about the work that you and Global Village are doing before we end our chat?
Yeah, so I'm putting out a few voter education videos, you know, closer to the election, for people who want to know certain things of like how the Electoral College works and things of that sort. And then as far as Global Village, we're putting out a couple original series shows. We produced our own shows. We're excited about that. That will be coming to folks very soon. And then also, you know, go out and vote.
Yeah. I mean, that's as concise and as like straight to the point as we can get, man. Thank you everyone for checking us out today. Please make sure you follow Global Village on social media. Please keep up with Leonzo. He's doing a lot of great things. Please follow Technically. We're doing a lot of reporting leading up to the election and after the election. And just thank you everyone for your time today. As Leonzo said, please go vote.
Yes, because the world is yours.
It's the message of the bat, man. Nah, I said it. It's a message in this house, man. The world is yours, everyone. So go vote.
Peace.
What up, Philadelphia? This your man AI. Wanted to take a second to speak to the most passionate fans in the world. Let's take that passion to the polls November the 3rd. This election is too important not to. Let's go, Philadelphia. Vote.
Thank you so much, Michael and Leonzo. That was amazing and really interesting and insightful. We really appreciate your time. And thanks, AI, I guess, right?
That's our new best friend.
So that's a great segue. We just saw a little clip from Allen Iverson, and I know that Better Civics had a pretty bomb fundraiser on Sunday. So can you tell me about that live stream event?
It was kind of a big deal. It was called Good Things Happen in Philadelphia. It was literally, 3 months in the making?
Yes.
This summer, my friend Maya reached out to me and said, are you doing anything related to getting out the vote in Philadelphia? And she texted me literally 2 weeks after we started Better Civics. So I was like, yeah, I have this little nonprofit. She said, I have a friend who wants to lend his talent and resources to whatever it is. It ended up being a Broadway star, amazing guy, Ben Passaic, who's also an Ardmore native. And months later, we got what you got last night. He pulled all of his celebrity friends and relationships and put together an amazing event that was all about celebrating the best of Philadelphia, but also encouraging people to make their voices heard and their votes count in this election season and even beyond November 3rd. So it was absolutely incredible.
That's awesome. And it made me realize, as I was seeing everybody tweeting up about it and everything, how much Philly love and how many cool Philly celebrities there are. I forget sometimes. So the lineup was really incredible.
It was like I've been saying it's like a love letter to Philadelphia and the importance of voting and vote for Philly. All of our voices can be heard through that.
Totally. Yeah. And if somebody missed it, how can they watch it?
It's still up. They can go to bettercivics.org/goodthingsphilly and just watch it on a loop. Just never stop.
That's what I do.
It.
I fall asleep to it every night.
It's her lullaby. It's literally her lullaby.
So each of you, which was one of, just name the one shining moment of the program that really just made you giddy?
I think so much of it was exciting, but once we got the text that John Legend was in, I could not believe it. This is Better Civics is a passion of Megan and I's, and it's something that just kind of came together so organically, and the fact that it just got such big, major attention, really it was like a sign that we're on the right track. So once I got that text, I could I was panicking, but also enjoying the moment for once in my life.
So I think the first text that we got with talent updates was literally just a video of Jake Tapper.
That's right.
Saying
awesome.
Better Civics. And we're texting back and forth. I was on the train back home to DC and I was bawling. On the train, you have to keep your mask on. Safety first. There's still a pandemic outside. But I'm crying. It was a dream. And we knew Benj could do it because the thing about Benj was that he believed in our mission from day one. He believed in what we were committed to. And that was important for us. So we knew he would come through, but it was still with every update, it was what? Yeah. This person is going to be a part of it. It was incredible.
And everyone that was involved, from the talent to the producers to Ben, she was behind the whole thing. It was great to see people get our mission. Yeah. I think so much in the beginning as we were writing our mission statement and filling out our website, it's are people going to get what we're trying to do here? Which is really just talk to people, meet them where they're at, and break down complex systems. And we think that really is the key to civic engagement and voter participation. And it was awesome to see that response.
I knew we had done well when we saw these TikTok stars talking, posting about our event and promoting it. But they the three tenors.
T3. That was TikTok tenors.
But they the way they messaged our work was just no, they really do get it. The way that they worded it, we were exactly, this does connect with people, and people understand the importance of it, but also more importantly, the importance of keeping this conversation going beyond election season. So it was We're still reeling from it.
Yeah, that's awesome. And just remind everybody at home, when did you start Better Civics? Because this is for me the very impressive part that you've done so much already.
Yeah. So to be fair, Megan and I have been talking about this for a few months prior, but really, like, it started with a phone call, as so many things do, like the first week of June.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and we just felt like there was just so much energy towards this work, and it's something that both of us just could not stop thinking about, and we had to get it out of our heads and on paper and in action. And so so like early June,
and then we like officially launched September 14th.
That's right. Yeah.
So we're only technically, by the government standards, only 2 months old.
No,
not even.
So that's right. So our official launch was September 16th. So we're only like 6 weeks old, maybe? I don't know. We're babies.
These ladies are going to do in, say, 6 months, 8 months, a year.
No pressure.
We're gonna have some,
I know.
Baller. Like, there's going to be a Better Civics musical. Right?
It's what I've been saying.
I told her. We got you, Ben.
I told her that I wanted a Better Civics Coachella. Like, that's what I want.
Even
That's my
better.
dream. That's what I told her. But a Better Civics musical would be amazing. Better than Dear Evan Hansen. Don't quote me.
It's been a whirlwind, but to give like ourselves a pat on the back, which like I know, speaking for myself, I don't always do. Like Megan and I have years and years of experience doing this work, being involved with our communities, addressing issues on a block-by-block basis. And so this is really like, it feels sometimes like it just kind of happened, but it's really like such a beautiful fruition of all that hard work. So cheers to us. You could join us for a drink later at Happy Hour Trivia.
First of all, amazing and congratulations. Second of all, you were with us for a little segment during our last Amplify Philly at Home series. So aside from the musical and Better Civics Coachella in the works, let us know what else you've been up to since we last saw you at Amplify Philly. Yeah,
so once we got off the ground and we launched our website and we kicked off at BPHL, which was really like our first like big debut of the organization, we've really just hit the ground running with Get Out the Vote efforts. We understand that obviously we're in a global pandemic. It's a health crisis. We're staying masked up. We have to be safe and socially distant. But we also recognize that there's a huge missed opportunity by not talking to people in person. And, Philadelphia has a huge digital divide that, we're all well versed on and have an understanding of. And we wanted to make sure that we were still going to people where they're at and making sure that we're not just talking to them, but listening about what their concerns are about voting. Are they going to vote? Do they have a plan? And so we've been putting together a series of vote safe pop-ups and block parties. They're socially distant. We have hand sanitizing stations. We're working with a number of processes in place, but the result has been amazing. Like, we're seeing people, we're sending canvassers out as well. We're helping people vote by mail, understand how the satellite offices work. We have a great lineup of partners that we're doing this with, like Unity in the Community, Shape Up the Vote, Planned Parenthood.
All voting is local.
All voting is local. CMAC, probably a whole host of other people. Case congregations affiliated to Strengthen Elections. So it's been awesome, and it's great to be out and doing the work and talking with people again.
Yeah, that's amazing. And then as we kind of heard from Michael and Leonzo's last segment, there's a lot of information out there. It's feeling very overwhelming. Yeah. What can you say to our viewers and to others about what they can do to navigate this in the next, I guess, couple weeks, really, right?
The thing is that we keep saying, trust the process. Is it over?
No, we're still going.
Keep rolling.
Trust the process. The thing is, there's so much information out there. There's also a lot of disinformation. So the thing is, trust the process. Believe in the process, whether you're voting by mail or going to your polling place on November 3rd. trust the process. If you want to vote by mail, if you want to do a mail-in ballot, and if you don't feel comfortable mailing it in at this point, there are a host of satellite election offices that are open within proximity to your neighborhood. Just go to PhiladelphiaVotes.com to get the full list of election offices. You, again, just trust the process and believe in it, and there are people at each office that can help you navigate the whole situation. Just trust them and trust that democracy will win.
Yeah, absolutely. It's never been easier to vote in Philadelphia before. And we recognize that, of course, poses a lot of questions, and it's overwhelming, but really, listen to Megan. That's the new advice. Just listen to Megan.
I'm with that.
Trust the process.
That's what I usually do.
Get your ballots in now, today. If you have not voted yet, what are you waiting for? Today is the day. Go for it.
And then the last thing is, as we always say, voting together is better. So if you're overwhelmed and feeling anxious, go find 2, 3, 4, 5 friends. Create the voting plan together, have a plan for the day or a plan for right now, and just get it done. Make your voice heard.
Yeah,
Awesome.
and you can go to bettercivics.org/resources for all of your questions, hopefully answered, and links to all these great things that we talked about today.
Cool. And I'm going to come back and hang out with you guys at the end of our segment, and I'll have a couple more questions just so we can really drive it home for everybody who's at home. But for now, we're going to move it along to our next segment. We're going to kick it over to Youngmoo Kim for a creative chat called Creative Chat, Music, Media, and Games, Oh My. It's featuring Frank Lee and our very own Dave Silver. Youngmoo, are you there?
Three. All right. Thanks, Michelle. It's so great to be back at Amplify Philly. I'm Youngmoo Kim. I'm director of the Excite Center, Drexel University's Institute for Technology and Creative Expression. I'm delighted to welcome you to Music, Media, and Games, Oh My, a special Amplify Philly chat where we'll focus on independent artists, creators, and game developers in Philadelphia. I want to extend a special warm welcome to my students attending this session for our Electrical and Computer Engineering 101 class. Go Dragons. Joining me today are two incredible leaders who have truly championed independent creation in their fields here in Philadelphia, and really not for themselves, but to foster a thriving local ecosystem of local creators. So my first guest is founding director of the Entrepreneurial Game Studio at Drexel. He's co-founder of our highly ranked game design program, also a colleague of mine at the Excite Center. He is the creator of Skyscraper Tetris. That was Tetris on the Sierra Center, the 30-story skyscraper, which earned him a Guinness World Record for the largest architectural video game display in history. And let's show it to you now. Can we roll the video?
So tonight at the Sierra Center that's behind me, we will play the world's largest Tetris on multiple sides of the building. Sierra Center is a 29-story tall, about 440 feet high skyscraper in University City of Philadelphia. What I wanted to do was create an event where the entire city of Philadelphia could share it. Philadelphia is a very creative and technologically innovative city. As a game professor, the message that I want to send is that gaming is not just a nerdy or geeky area or field to go into. It's a very creative endeavor, and I want people who might not otherwise consider gaming or technology as a field of choice to consider game and game industry as a potential option. I've never imagined that I would be playing on a 29-story building, but there you go.
So he's been named by Polygon as one of the 50 most admirable people in gaming, as well as one of Philadelphia Magazine's top innovators. Please give it up for Dr. Frank Lee.
Thank you, Youngmoo. I'm delighted to be part of this panel. As a brief introduction, as Youngmoo mentioned, my name is Frank Lee. I'm a professor at Drexel University. My degree, PhD, actually is in psychology from Carnegie Mellon University. But I have been a professor of everything but psychology. So I've been a professor of cognitive science. I've been a professor of computer science, and now I'm currently a professor of digital media doing gaming at Drexel. And I also run the entrepreneurial game studio under the Excite Center, which seeks to foster students to find their own game companies with the hope of growing the game ecosystem and the economy of Philadelphia. My students together have formed about 10, I think, LLCs, I believe. They have shipped about 8 games. One is coming out tomorrow on 22nd as part of a publisher deal. And so I'm happy to be here to sort of talk about my students' work and certainly my work as well, which sort of involves combining digital technology with the real world, with the real environment to create interesting and innovative interactions.
All right. Can't wait to dive into that. Our second panelist is the co-founder of Rec Philly, the space for creatives in Philadelphia. It's now located in an amazing new space in the renovated Fashion District Mall, where they provide resources to help members design, create, record, and produce new work, get booked for live shows, and network with other creatives and receive industry services. And we're going to roll a video to tell you all about Rec Philly. He is absolutely no stranger to Amplify Philly, for he has been a co-organizer since the beginning, highlighting Philadelphia's music and startup communities annually at South by Southwest. But he admitted to me that this is the first time he's actually been on a panel for Amplify Philly. So please say hello to Dave Silver.
What's up? Super glad to be here. I appreciate you putting this together, Young New, and reaching out to invite me to my very first Amplify Philly panel. Always excited to have these conversations, and definitely with someone as awesome as yourself. Excited to talk about independent creators. It's the bottom of my heart, what I really care about. Making sure they have access to resources and opportunities, and just the education on how to navigate being a creator and a business owner and a freelancer, and how to monetize off of those talents. There's a ton of opportunity in Philadelphia to do that. There's a ton of opportunity across the world, across the country, now more than ever, to be an independent creator and monetize and to build a business around it. And our company really cares about supporting those types of creators. So excited to talk into this, excited to dive into this with you and Frank. And thanks again for having me.
Awesome. Well, I'm so excited to have you both here. But let's stick with that, Dave. I mean, you created an entire business around helping independent creators. So what is it, in your eyes, what does it mean to be an independent creator? And how did that lead to you making that your sort of mission in life to help those who want to create?
Yeah. So 2 questions there. The first one is, what does it mean to be an independent creator? And that is a super open-ended question, and obviously mine is just my own opinion here. But first and foremost, you got to be ready to create something, right? That's an obvious statement there, but you have to have some sort of passion and skill set to want to make art, to want to make design, to want to create something that isn't here already, or to improve something that is already here. And for us and creators, it's about making music, it's about making art and design, or you're getting hands-on producing products and merchandise, or maybe you're online creating gaming or some sort of site or whatever it might be. But if you have this interest and this talent to create something from nothing, for us, that is what it means to be a creator. And an independent creator is someone who is not doing it as a part of like a larger organization. It's more, I have my own concept, and I have the opportunity to kind of do something without any rules or any kind of manual, and I'm doing this from scratch, essentially on my own. But a saying that Rec has here is independent doesn't mean alone. So to be an independent creator does not mean that you have to be alone in a room by yourself. It just means that you're not doing this as a part of a larger organization or a corporation or an institution. This is something that you own with maybe a few other people. I think at the end of the day, as I talk through it, it's more independent is more about ownership. It's like what you're creating, you own. You're a creator that is on a path to own the thing that you are creating, and no one else owns it other than you and the group of people you're working with. And kind of how it came to be for us, I was once that independent creator. I don't really look at myself like that anymore. But I started, the root of it was that I was an independent creator because I had a passion to put things together, to organize people. And my best friends were actually their own independent creators, and they were musicians and videographers and photographers. And I realized that we all needed that resource. We all needed that structure. We all needed that opportunity to figure out how we were going to make money off of what we were doing. It seemed like the furthest thing out in the world that our passions of art and music could actually equal a career. And that was until we realized that the resources in Philadelphia were actually within our grasps. We just had to organize it and just make it a little more apparent. And that was the beginning of our business. And I can dive more into that, but that was really the roots. It was the recognition that we just needed some structure, but we could take it amongst ourselves to create that structure with enough planning.
Awesome. Frank, I think you probably have some very similar themes in thinking about the independent game developers here in Philadelphia. Do you want to reflect on what Dave said and how that applies to game development?
Sure. So I had the really good fortune and privilege of finding the game design program at Drexel, which is one of the top ranked program in the nation. But to my despair, Philadelphia is not a large game hub. It's not a large game industry hub. The big game industry hubs are in Texas, in the West Coast, in LA, Seattle, Montreal, and other places, and so on. So I guess basically relying on sort of my sensibility as well as Drexel's, I think, culture of do it your own. I wanted to basically go figure out how can I then try to create a vibrant game industry community, / industry within Philadelphia. So initially I sought out to work with local entrepreneurs as well as city and state officials to see if we could create sort of tax breaks or tax advantages for game companies to come to Philadelphia with the hope of trying to attract a large game anchor, basically, to Philadelphia. But that really wasn't going anywhere. The other thing that I learned, and I assume people could appreciate, is that process was entirely out of my hands, right? That's with the legislators, that's with the governor's office, and so on. So I decided, I am done with the process that I have no control over. So why don't I then try to take advantage of what I can control, which is I'm a professor at Drexel University. I co-founded the game design program. So why not rely on our students? So that resulted in finding of the Entrepreneurial Game Studio. And that basically seeks to be like a mini startup incubator, mini startup factory, basically, to help mentor students to start their own game companies with the hope of at least one of them will hit it big. Maybe they will become Rovio of Angry Birds and then they become the anchor studio within Philadelphia that will bring about more and more essentially partners and so on. So it's more, I guess, the bottom-up process. I mean, that's a control process I control versus the top-down process where I'm trying to convince legislators and the governor's office of trying to do something for us, and it just wasn't really going anywhere. So I think probably Dave and I kind of share a very similar view in that regards. I mean, if we can't get other people to do it, let's just do it on our own, and so on. So I think that's how the Entrepreneur Games Studio started. We've had, as I mentioned, number of startups. Several are going actually very strong. One just has an independent contract from a third party to develop a game. Another one has a publisher deal. We had 2 successful Kickstarter campaigns and so on. So we're on a sort of slow path with the hope that my hope is one of them will hit big, and hopefully they will stay in Philadelphia, providing a vibrant game economy to Philadelphia.
Awesome. So what I'm hearing is a common theme, certainly, of sort of a grassroots, bottom-up, empowering those who have, the drive and the ambition, and of course the creative ideas, the energy, and trying to build infrastructure around that. I guess we'll touch upon this just briefly because everyone is always going to ask, well, I want to start something, and they always think the first thing they need is money. And I want to get your opinions on this. So Dave, let's start with you because I know you have some strong thoughts about this.
Yeah, I was quick to shake my head no because I did this for 5 years with no money. I started this with my best friends 8 years ago in my basement. Moved to a warehouse that was $200 a month in rent, and we still couldn't afford it. We needed to get more people to help pay our rent at that point. These types of ideas come from more of a vision and a belief that you're really solving your own problems, right? And it's really solving a problem that you're passionate about. And for us, we didn't need money to throw our first shows to put us in an environment that was the first step in monetizing our creativity, was like throwing our own events. We didn't need money to do that. We needed to be professional, and we needed to have relationships. So, it was just knowing knowing who to and how to address the people that have access to those resources to allow us a shot in what we were looking for. And for us, it was the venue owners that let us throw our first shows, that gave us the momentum and the ability to build community. Our community began from us throwing these basement shows, these dive bar shows. And it was not because we had any money, but those shows were able to bring in, $80 a show. And we did them twice or 3 times a week. And the venue owners let us do it because we were doing it on Monday and Tuesday night when they had nobody coming in anyway. So we found a niche and we solved the venue owner's problem because he had a Monday night that he had no people coming in. So it's not about money. It's about your willingness to figure out where you can fit in terms of like the problem. Like, I was addressing our own problem, the venue's problem, other artists' problem. We were addressing that problem. We were resource allocating, looking for the resources that we had access to, and just taking small steps. At some point, you'll need the money. I can tell you that. At some point, you'll need the money, but not at the start.
Yeah. No, I love those stories because I know that, you've truly lived it. Frank, how about in the, independent game design world? I mean, again, there are those who go straight for capital or some investment. What's your take on that?
I think gaming has the benefit of basically the tools are not that expensive. I mean, it's a computer. All you need is a computer to make a game. The other kind of really big change from the industry that has helped independent gaming or independent gaming scene is much of the software tools that cost a lot of money are actually available for free. For a lot of the game engines, like Unreal and Unity, are available for free. Before it cost like $300,000 to license. And a lot of the other tools, you could actually make a game. So only thing, you just need a computer that's a couple $1,000s. And also the software are available for free. So focusing on students, they usually have a computer. Mostly their computers are better than the ones that we have in our lab, so they use their own. And the access to tools are also fairly low cost or free, or they're free alternative to expensive software. So it really comes down to kind of, I guess, reflecting on what Dave said. You have to have the vision or the idea first. And then just seek out ways to try to accommodate those ideas and so on. But from a gaming point of view, there isn't a lot of capital, like venues and other capital equipment that's involved in the process of creating a game. So I think there's a huge benefit of the creative economic aspect of gaming in that sense.
Yeah, I hear common themes, right? That, if you are, have that passion to create, whether it's a game, a piece of music, a piece of art, right? It's actually in some ways never been easier, right? The tools are out there. It's great to have spaces and communities, like the Entrepreneurial Game Studio, like Rec Philly, right, to connect with others. But like the barriers to entry are so much lower, I think. So let's use that to segue into then, the most recent 6 months where it's never been easier to create. And yet now we're in this, some semi-lockdown state, right, of the pandemic. And I wanted to hear a little bit more about how you individually have continued to do your work and be creative and to create things, even during, social isolation or social distancing. So Frank, maybe let's start with you. I know you've been very, very busy because, we've all been very busy. But maybe do you want to tell us a little bit about, some of the projects you've been involved with during COVID? And I think we also have a video that we can roll when you're ready.
Sure. So I guess within last year and this year, I've sort of been busy with sort of 3 projects. One just wrapped up and 2 that are just beginning. And in my case as well, sort of going back to what we talked about, it doesn't really start with the money, but it starts with the vision. This is something that I want to do. And then you're trying to find resources, whether it's money or otherwise, to support those activities. As in my case, as a professor, it's usually you have an idea that you're looking for grant support or otherwise to support those ideas. So last year, I received support from Knight Foundation, which I'm grateful for, to do a project that I call Civil Dialogue. I felt that the civil dialogue on social media, especially Twitter, was atrocious, and I wanted to have a hand in trying to raise the level of civility within Twitter. So the idea that I pitched that Knight Foundation thankfully supported was to do a projection out into a side of a building in Philadelphia. We chose Drexel's building because of COVID, where we will pose questions on our Civil Dialogue Twitter handle. The questions range from questions about racism, about COVID, about education, and so on. And then people respond to those questions. And we will sort of filter by language because the whole point is civility. So there's an automatic filter by language. And then there's a final human moderator that accepts and then sort of posts those tweets on the wall. That's one. And the other 2 parts, very briefly.
Let me pause you there because we'll run the video
Okay.
about Civil Dialogue. Let's run the video on Civil Dialogue, and then we'll come back to those projects. Thanks.
Sure.
I'm joined by 2 friends, Dr. Frank Lee at Drexel University and Tom Sharp at Gossamer Games, to tell us about something they've been working on and we'll see more of during Philly Tech Week.
What I'm working on is a project called Civil Dialogue, and it was conceived a couple of years ago with the idea I hope to have a friendly, informative, but civil conversation within social media.
You can tweet a response to one of our topics, and we're going to be projecting it onto the side of a building, which is a pretty cool thing.
My hope with this project is to try to elevate the level of discussion, or at least remind people on on social media, including Twitter, to look to having a civil conversation, a civil dialogue.
Oh, all right. Yeah. So again, that you get a sense of what it looked like. It was a big projection on a 7-story building, and again, using game design tools really to create that projection. Is that correct?
Yes. We're using we created that technology within Unity. We're sucking in real time all the Twitter responses to our Twitter post. But with that project, I had the real great privilege, being a public radio nerd, to work with WHYY with Radio Time. So we posted questions from them on Thursday evening, and on Friday they had a special, Marty Moskowitz had a special show on Radio Times about civility, so which was a nice new media, I guess, the traditional media loop there, and so on. So that was a project that started last year and just ended this summer. And another sort of grant from Knight Foundation, where we're looking to create a SimCity-like game using real data from the city government. So real property prices, real property zoning information, that's all factored in as part of this game about this sort of SimCity-like game, with the hope of teaching how, or showing people how the different things like property values, food insecurity, gentrification, and others are related to sort of these numbers that basically the city government has access to, and so on. So that's been selected as part of, I think, 7 projects that the Knight Foundation funded out of, I assume, hundreds or thousands of applications that was in a part of the open call. And the third project is with William Penn Foundation, where we're trying to work with a couple of literary magazines to have a special issue in Philadelphia, where we're then taking the classic poems and short stories and then trying to create more of an interactive, location-based experience, and so on, as part of re-envisioning traditional media into a new form, and so on. Yeah. So that's a 2-year project that we're just starting. So
yeah. No, and I mean, Frank, you and I talk a lot, but I just always love how your projects connect with other domains in the city. I mean, with people, with issues, and, obviously trying to create community using video games as a medium to communicate, which is always amazing. Dave, I know despite COVID, you've been incredibly active and busy. I know near the beginning of the lockdown that Rec Philly also, like everyone, locked down. But then you and others got very, very involved with an advocacy campaign. You want to tell us about that and other things you've been working on?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, 2 years of building out our 9th and Market creative facility to open December 2019. Tons of excitement just to shut our doors down 3 months later was like a huge burst to our balloon, that we've been really excited about. But as soon as we realized that we had to shut down our space, we also realized that we still need to provide value to our members and to our creative community at a time that, without a doubt, they needed support because of everyone losing their gigs, right? We're in the middle of the gig economy. We are like the heartbeat of the gig economy for us. And all the events, all of these shows, all gone for our creators. And we know that they were struggling more than just like your general, I think they were at the, they had no safety net. Independent contractors, independent creators that we're talking about, they had no safety net. So for us, right away, we were like, what can we be doing to support these folks? And, the bridge that Rec has created and really stands behind, and really a personal philosophy and passion for myself, is being the bridge between Philadelphia and really the world and the country's corporate and commerce section and the creativity. And you think about all the money and all the capital that the corporations and the institutions have. How do we make sure that finds its way over to the creatives and these independent creatives to do the work that they do? And how does that work? So that's where we went into overdrive. As soon as we shut down, we said, how can we find these companies that are not struggling and find ways to funnel money back into these creatives' pockets in a time where we know that they needed it? And as we were putting these plans together, that is really when June hit. And that's really when the social injustice and that mayhem of George Floyd and all of those things that started happening and really coming to the top, coming to life more than ever, started happening. In our community at REC, we serve 70% Black artists, and we realized that that was something that we need to not only help these creators that are being impacted by COVID, but we need to help these Black artists really find a way to just give them any kind of relief. It was just such a crazy time. It still is a crazy time, but in June, it was really bubbling up more than ever. So we created this program called REC Relief, which is where we went and we advocated to the businesses and the corporations in the city to try to take funds and be able to distribute it to Black independent creators in the form of micro grants. In just 2 weeks, we were able to raise about $30,000 and distribute and connect these creators to those funds. So we were able to give out over 100 grants to local independent Black artists. And we received over 1,000 applications, which is just showing the need of the relief that's needed. We're still doing that work today because we were not able to serve all of those folks. So that was like part one. And then part two was, as we started getting to the end of our shutdown, it pained me to have this beautiful 10,000 square foot creative center not being used, and there's people who desperately need to use it. So we started thinking, how can we bring creators into our space, create content, and a way to still raise funds? And that's where we launched this this live stream fundraiser idea. We ended up partnering with a great initiative called Philly Culture United, which was advocating for Philadelphia's cuts in the arts budget. So Philadelphia was getting stripped their entire arts funding. So Philly Culture United came out of that to help advocate for that. Here, REC was advocating for money to Black artists. And we teamed up to put together this virtual fundraiser that we executed earlier in October 1st, actually. And I think we have a clip of a recap video of how that went down.
Absolutely. Let's roll that video.
Delality coming at you from Philly Culture United, live broadcasting from REC Philly here in the Fashion District.
What's up, y'all? My name is Will Toms, creative entrepreneur and co-founder of the one and only REC Philly.
My name is Christian Crosby, and this right here is Philly Culture United Live. Philly Culture United is a coalition of individuals and companies from Philly arts and culture sector who came together in response to the proposed city budget. Now, the initial budget proposal from the city planned to cut funding, like I'm talking completely cut funding for the arts and culture entirely.
Right now, they need our support. Please take a minute to donate. Your donation will go directly back to Black creatives and gig workers in the form of micro grants distributed by 30 and Circuit.
Some of the biggest influencers of Philly's arts and cultural community convened to take a stand and campaign for the city of Philadelphia to recognize its arts and culture sector as an essential to the very fabric of this great and historic city.
Yeah, that initiative ended up raising about close to $20,000 all in all, from sponsors from before, from live fundraising, otherwise, and again, more grants were able to be sent out to the creatives. And that was just, what we, as you can see in the video, even in the studio I'm in right now, we were shooting in every room of our space, just to utilize the space and also, for a good reason. So that was a really fun project that we worked on all throughout the shutdown, and we were able to keep doing that work, and we're looking forward to continuing that work in the city to help these creators that were so impacted.
Yeah, no, it's just amazing to me that all of your, for both of you and so many of us, the work connects across so many different areas and so many different communities, right? It's never just, hey, I'm going to just focus on my music, right? It's always, well, can we connect that to something more? Can we do something greater? I'll just mention that during the shutdown, some of what I've been doing, I've been being very involved in music, collaborative music projects on the internet. So there are these big virtual choirs that are coming together, and some of them even have thousands of participants. So I've been very active in that. And I even wrote an app. I wrote an app called Virtual Chorister to make it easier for people to participate in virtual choirs. I was shocked to find out last week that there's been 20,000 downloads of that app now, which is amazing. And today, I'll make a small announcement today. I actually put up the Android version on the Play Store. So now it's on both iPhone and Android. But I just wanted to show a very quick example because I have been in these singing groups and trying to use that still as a creative platform to highlight other issues. So this is a clip from an a cappella group I sing in that's called the Tonics. It's a long-standing group in Philadelphia. Can we run that clip real quick?
Oh, baby, won't you fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, oh baby, please be true. Please to me, in other words, I love you, please be true.
A little more bandwidth these days. Yeah. Thanks. So, and then one of the things actually that I'll highlight, we actually put out that video as part of a GoFundMe to raise awareness and do some fundraising for the West Philly Promise neighborhood, which serves education and families in West Philadelphia. So, obviously, we know that creative people don't stand still. That, even during, a pandemic or a shutdown, people will find ways to do things. So, for our last topic, in spite of all the constraints that we've seen, what have you maybe done or maybe learned that you think you're going to carry forward, assuming we get up to a post-pandemic world at some point, right? Fingers crossed, whether it's months or, a year away. What are you going to take from this period that informs your creative work and maybe that of your students and your colleagues in the future? Let's see, Frank, can I start with you on that?
Sure. I'm not positive if things have changed dramatically for me, in the sense that I think I really took to heart something that one of my professors, one of my mentors at Carnegie Mellon, the late Herb Simon, who is the Nobel laureate in economics and a giant in cognitive science, said basically, Frank, use the resources and the strength of wherever you are. So if you're in Philadelphia, use the resources and strength of Philly. If you're in LA, use the strength and resources of Bel Air. So the thing about Philadelphia that I kind of absorb is that, one, the city is, I think, I don't know, cozy or small enough. It's a big city, but it's cozy enough where I feel like I could connect with a lot of different areas and people within the city and so on. It's easy for me to sort of reach out, to sort of connect. And the other part, and a big shout out to Drexel, the ethos of Drexel is really kind of do it your own. I mean, maybe that's because there aren't great resources behind Drexel to do it, but that has sort of taught me to have an idea and then be very dogged in the pursuit of trying to execute that vision, right? So just going back to Pong, the precursor to the Tetris project, that project was initially conceived in 2008 with no money whatsoever. I mean, it's just an idea that I wanted to do it. And it took me 6 years or 5 years to get that done, to find the resources, to lock in the access to the building and so on. So I think that mindset helped me to transform civil dialogue, which was envisioned as a large people gathering interaction. I imagine thousands of people looking up at the building and responding and reacting at once. But given that was not possible, I quickly pivoted to try to stream it online to get responses from people watching it online. I mean, it was with mixed success, but I think just we're trying to be able to always be ready to pivot as the situations change is what has worked, but has become much more, I think, evident during the COVID, and certainly that will continue on after COVID.
Thanks, Frank. Dave, how about your thoughts on that? Are there things that, despite all the constraints and all the impediments that we face right now, are there things you're going to carry forward into your work?
Yeah, I was thinking about it in two senses. One, it's just my company. How will my company, move forward with these things in mind? And it's also, we're just so ingrained with the independent creators. Like, what did they learn? What did I learn that they learned throughout this? For us, we had to pivot right away for obviously everything to be virtual, and the experience of the virtual production and the virtual digital value needed to be there. And for us, that was always like on the roadmap for importance, but we wanted to focus on our space and building a physical community. And then sometime down the line, we'd build a digital platform and have that digital value. That sped up real quick, right? As soon as we shut down, we had to now build that whole product, and we're building it now just in case, for some reason this happens again where we have to shut down. We have a remarkable experience online and virtually. And I think a lot of businesses now need to really focus on that of, if I have to pull the lever of closing my shop again, do I have digital solutions that are valuable enough to run my business? And I think all business owners now have to think about that. And that's forever at this point. I don't think we're ever going to go back to not relying. If I have a business, that I have some sort of emergency plan that can keep me afloat otherwise. And that is the same for independent creators. Now, as we move forward, independent creators cannot just rely on these in-person shows and these activations. And I think it's for the better, because there's an independent creator that thought that they had to build locally and go to local shows and have a local audience before they did anything else. They've now created the realization that I can start globally, that I can reach anyone in the world via TikTok, via Patreon, via any of these mediums that specialize for creators to monetize. And I can start that now, and I can start planning for that now. And I think that's a huge opportunity, no matter what happens in the future, that we can focus on a global audience by being very strategic in how I go about my planning as an independent creator.
Yeah. Well, it's clear, talking to both of you, that, people are going to find ways through these constraints, right? Always. And yes, the world will change. It's not going to go back to the way that it was. But on the other hand, independent creators find ways to create, to make. And I love that both of you are also doing so much to make sure that process is as equitable as possible, is open to everyone, that and we have a long way to go in that, but that we're all working to ensure that the independent creative scene, whether it's in games, whether it's in music, whether it's in arts, that it is a truly inclusive world that we're trying to facilitate there. So, okay, we're almost out of time. We are out of time, in fact. So I want to thank you both for joining me for this conversation. It's been so much fun, so fantastic. Last parting thought, if people want to find out more about Rec Philly, Dave, where should they go?
At Rec Philly on all social platforms, recphilly.com. Come through the space, say what's up.
Awesome. And Frank, to see more of your work in the Entrepreneurial Game Studio, where should people go?
Oh, they could just simply go to EGS, the initials, excite.drexel.edu, should sort of take you to our website.
Awesome. I'm on Twitter. I'm at YoungMoo, and of course you can go to drexel.edu/excite. Thanks all for joining us for this special chat, and enjoy the rest of today's program. Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. That was great. It's always a good time when we get to hear from some of Philadelphia's creative leaders. I love it. So next up, we have the Startup Pitch Spotlight presented by Comcast, NBCUniversal, Lift Labs. Throughout the at-home series, we've been featuring companies throughout the series in partnership with Lift Labs. Founders will give 5-minute pitches followed by a brief session with an expert lineup of guests providing feedback in real time. A big thanks to Comcast, NBCUniversal, Lift Labs, who's been Amplify Philly supporters and sponsors from the very beginning. Before we hear from Monir of Swirl, check out this quick video to learn about Lift Labs and hear from Keenan Corrigan, Senior Program Manager, Startup Engagement at Lift Labs.
Hi, everyone. My name is Keenan Corrigan, and I'm on Comcast NBCUniversal Startup Engagement Team, and we are thrilled to be sponsors of Amplify Philly at Home. So the job of our team is to give talented entrepreneurs access to the resources, mentors, and tools as part of Comcast NBCUniversal's wider network. So we have an accelerator that companies can go through. That's happening right now. We do pilot programs, and we also put together learning programs and workshops on topics that might be helpful to founders. So you can check out our website at lift.comcast.com for more information. But we're here today for a pitch spotlight. And our pitch today is coming from Swirl, which creates authentic connections between employees at work, and its founder, Munir Patak. So we have a video for you to watch, and then following that video, we'll have some Q&A and feedback from two experts, Monique Maffo, who's Senior Manager of Startup Engagement at Comcast, and Allison Magaziner, who's Senior Coordinator of Onboarding Experience at Comcast. So I hope you enjoy the pitch. Thanks for tuning in.
Hi, everyone, and thanks for tuning in. My name is Munir Patak, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Swirl. And I'm here to tell you about how we're creating authentic connections between colleagues at work. Myself and my co-founder Mansi both come from immigrant households, and we've grown up navigating one culture at home and different cultures out in the world, whether that's through school, university, or the various workplaces that we've been a part of. Swirl represents the culmination of our experiences in helping build better culture, helping build better awareness around diversity and inclusion, and really creating opportunities for people from all different backgrounds. We're bringing our experience with B2B SaaS into this as well as a model for us to be able to scale our impact throughout various organizations. We're really focused on going after this big picture where we can harness the power of human relationships in order to fuel career growth for individuals, and to do it in an equitable and inclusive manner where it really benefits the individual and thereby benefits the organization that they're a part of. We know that bad culture drives active disengagement for employees, especially for people from underrepresented groups when they don't feel a sense of inclusion and belonging at work. This costs, on average, $500 billion a year in lost productivity. We also know that on the flip side, companies with inclusive culture drive better results, beyond retaining more employees. They have better financial performance, they're more innovative, they're 8 times more likely to achieve better business outcomes. How does a company become more inclusive? Well, the answer lies in relationships between people, and that's where Swirl comes in. Swirl creates authentic connections between coworkers who have similar interests and differences in identity in order to build more engaging and inclusive workplaces. Our app is built for Slack, and here's how it works. Imagine yourself as a new Swirl user. You start by creating a profile where you'll walk through a series of questions asking you about your background, your interests, and your identity in order to round you out as a person and get to know you better. Our algorithm takes this information to match you to colleagues who have similar interests and differences in identity every other week. You get matched to a colleague through a direct message, telling you what you have in common and giving you some thoughtful conversation starters so that you can get to a deeper level of conversation in a short period of time. The idea is to meet face-to-face and take that dedicated time to get to know one another better. This is even more crucial today when everyone's working remotely and it's very, very difficult to feel that strong sense of connection at work when you're not able to just walk down the hall and speak with someone or, chat in the break room. At the end of that 2-week cycle, we're asking you for feedback. How engaged are you feeling at work, as well as giving you a chance to share any qualitative thoughts that you have about your experience. For the organization, for HR and senior leadership, we're compiling these insights into a dashboard where they can start to understand changes in engagement over time, as well as use that to drive strategy and decision-making around culture. Now, our customers have seen strong value. Over the course of this year, with the pandemic, with folks transitioning to remote, we've seen that Swirl users have 30% higher employee engagement compared to non-users. This is significant, and this has real business results. Our business model is a pure B2B SaaS play. We have a free plan for up to 20 users, a flat rate for teams up to 200 users. And we've started to focus a little bit more on enterprise as an offering going forward. So that's sort of our next step here. Right now, we're focused on org-wide networking and building enterprise readiness. We want to take the foundational AI that we've built and over time be able to integrate more specific use cases around learning and development, different goal-driven relationships like mentorship and coaching, and really tie into how leadership decisions are made and promotions are granted. Inclusion tech is an emerging space, and we see ourselves as a large player in that space today. We see ourselves as the only solution that are helping employees learn something, take action. We're helping HR gain insights. Our impact is clear, and we beat our competition significantly when it comes to user engagement. Our AI is the core of what we do, and that's our moat. Thank you for listening.
Hey, Amplify Philly, thanks for having me. Really excited to be here, and Allison and Monique, looking forward to your questions.
Great. Thanks, Munir. This is great presentation and video. I had a couple of questions related to engagement. So I know your platform, there's a, this is kind of like a crowded space, and there's a lot of, Slack kind of extensions or plugins that are helping people stay connected. Can you speak a little bit about what's unique and how you keep your kind of participants engaged in using the platform?
Yeah, great question. So really, there's two components which make us unique from others in the space. One is the way that we match. We have our own algorithm that we use, which leads to really constructive relationship building. And that's the value that a lot of our users tell us they're finding in terms of the people they're matching with, how engaging the conversations are, and how it's impacting them personally in terms of their sense of connectedness at work and opening their eyes to different perspectives. The other piece there is we're actually pairing that with deeper insights around employee engagement. And so from HR and senior leadership, we're hearing that this is really impactful when they're thinking about how to measure components of their culture and use that to drive better decision making, especially as workplaces have changed so much this year. That type of information has been really useful.
Awesome. I really, really love this concept. I love the idea of doing the prior survey and match match employees with other employees that may have similar interests. And I love the culture feature. We had a similar program at Comcast where we would be randomly matching employees. It was called New Hire Ambassador Program, so it's specifically geared towards new hires. And one of our biggest pain points was accountability. They would meet once and then it would kind of fall off. So I've sort of a two-part question. First, do employees opt in to the app? Do they decide whether they want to be a part of it? And two, is there any sort of accountability features? So do they have to click that they've met a certain amount of times?
Yeah, so the experience is definitely opt-in, so employees choose to participate. Our focus has really been on that initial meeting and focus the experience around that. It's a bi-weekly cycle, so at the end of 2 weeks, we are asking, did you meet with your match or not? And then we're collecting feedback from you, whether you met or not, we're collecting your feedback. Really, it's up to the employees. If they found value in that first conversation and they want to continue, it's up to them. We have seen folks do that. We have seen folks find new collaboration opportunities on different projects. We have seen folks who, found a new friend to take a walk with, once a week. But we also have the flip side where it was a good conversation and maybe they don't continue to engage in the same way. And both opportunities are interesting learning for us.
Great.
Right. So I know this is right now it's currently like a Slack integration. Do you plan to use other digital communication platforms to integrate soon, like Microsoft Teams or other ways to connect? Can you speak a little bit to your roadmap for the next 6 months?
Yeah, absolutely. So Microsoft Teams is definitely on our roadmap. It's been a bit of a challenge for us to really get that going. We've really been focused on the Slack experience from day one. But with that said, that's not sort of the only experience that we want to be able to provide. So Microsoft Teams is sort of next on the docket. And then when we think about really how to keep this as low friction as possible, that's really our drive. Is we don't want a product. It's kind of counterintuitive to how most products are built. We don't want our product to be really first and foremost. We want it to work in your normal workflow. And so the idea is Slack enables us to do that. Teams can enable us to do that. Building something standalone that integrates with your calendar is something that we're exploring. And so we have a lot of ideas, but really hitting the key communication channels that companies have is where we're focused today.
I love the built-in survey feature, how you're surveying after each interaction. I think that's great, and that will definitely serve lots of value. My question is, where do you see room for improvement based on the survey results that you've received so far?
Great question. Yeah, we've gotten great participation in that survey on a consistent basis, and so lots of great information from our users about what we can do better. There's really two components there. One is really around the user experience. How can we build more capability for users around being able to pause matches and sort of turn it off and on based on, like, if you're traveling, or if you have a particularly busy schedule that certain part of the month, end of quarter, that type of thing. The other is to be able to again, fit different workflows that people may have. So Slack is just one experience, maybe more flexibility around our calendar integration, things of that nature really come up. And our focus is like to again, be as low friction as possible. That really enables strong engagement. The other piece is, I think, working more closely with the HR folks and senior leaders to take the data that we're collecting that's relevant to them and help operationalize some of that so that it translates back, having more of a hand in helping that translate back into impact at large for a company's culture and strategy. So that's an area that we want to be able to invest deeper into.
That's great. Can you speak a little bit to the flow? So I saw in the video, like, if you get matched with someone that kind of has the same likes or interests as you, what happens after that? Is it like you schedule a call, or do you have like different recommendations on ways to connect in your algorithm? Can you like kind of speak to the process after you're connected?
Absolutely. So you get a direct message that introduces you to your match, which is what you saw in the slides. What happens then is at the same time, if you have used our calendar integration, time is automatically scheduled on your calendar based on when you both are available for you to have your one-on-one time. And so again, trying to take away any manual steps that the user would need to do. And those conversation starters are there to help you sort of seed conversation. If you're not using the calendar integration, then the onus is on one of the employees to take the initiative to set up time. Typically what we see right now, everything is on video call, and so it's pretty natural for folks to like set up a quick call. Prior to this remote work experience, we saw people actually have some like set time blocks that they use throughout the week for meetings like this, and so it would fit into a pre-existing time block where they go for a walk or they're going to a coffee shop or something. But right now, a lot of the onus is on the user if you're not using the calendar integration that we have.
Okay, and what happens after that one initial encounter? Is there like follow-up, or do it just ends there?
So in terms of the interaction between the employees, we leave that up to them, what they want to do afterward. The follow-up from Swirl is at the end of that 2 weeks, we're asking for their feedback and we're asking if they met or not. And we're doing an employee engagement pulse survey. And so that's our follow-up. But between the employees, right now, it's up to them whether they want to, how they want to continue to engage with the person that they matched with.
Great. I know we're almost out of time. So Allison, did you have another question? Or?
I have a question that's probably going to be quick. So as you're looking to expand to the enterprise level businesses, will there be an option for managers or an employee to choose to be matched within their department or maybe within their location? Oh, location's in there.
So location is in there. We are right now focused on just organization-wide matching, but that's one of the key use cases that we need to be building for enterprise readiness. Is enterprises are large. There's a lot more complexity in how you connect people. So having the right configurations available to do that, focusing on departments, focusing on business units, being able to focus even on levels. So to ensure that you're meeting folks either within a certain grouping, or if you're really looking for cross-level connections, being able to have configuration options around that to meet different organizational needs is definitely on our radar for enterprise readiness.
Great, that's awesome.
And I know we have like 20 seconds left, but do you have any current customers that you're working with now?
Absolutely. So we've been working with some customers for 2 years at this point, actually. Shout out to PromptWorks. They were our first customer, and they're still with us. But Medium is another big customer of ours. We hit the 10,000 user mark earlier this year, and we're really trying to grow more.
That's great. Well, thanks so much for your time. This was awesome, and we'll connect via email if we have any other questions.
Sounds great. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you so much for that awesome conversation. Thanks, Monir, Keenan, and the whole Lift Labs team. How awesome is Swirl? It's something I feel like a lot of companies could use. It's great. So to learn more about Lift Labs and get plugged in with their upcoming opportunities and events, you can visit lift.comcast.com. Again, that's lift.comcast.com. And all right, next up, we have another amazing live performance presented by our partners at WXPN. Please help us welcome to the stage Eli Capella. Woo!
They know what I'm going to say because it's polite. They know what I'm going to say. And even if I get in trouble, you know what I'm saying? Ain't that what we're supposed to do? I'm not saying I'm going to rule the world or I'm going to change the world, but I guarantee that I will spark the brain that will change the world. And that's our job.
Yeah. Yeah. Waking up with crust in my eyes. Don't even know that they staying up late with a lot on my plate, not taking no breaks, although I'm looking like I was getting rolling up dank and getting making sure my paper's straight while putting all my faith in God. I never been satisfied with the way my life ain't improving. Making my sure my stagnant in the chances that I'm moving. Spending my time recording and perfecting all my music. Landlord steady complaining, telling me that I'm a nuisance. Looking up at my calendar, I'm writing my to-do list. Some of them doubters watching me and think I'm out here fooling. Doing what I'm doing, it's bound to influence the town. I'm working to prove it now, you dig? How can they believe what they never seen? God gave me the vision, so it's up to me. I gotta grind. I gotta get what's mine. Nothing in this lifetime is ever free. Gotta pay your dues for your destiny. I gotta grind. I gotta. Yeah, what's good, y'all? I go by the name Eli Capella. If you on this journey, you're a supporter, man. I really appreciate you for being here. Born and Raised in Soul was one of the EPs that really brought me to a plateau, man. God just made plans for me. Cause when it comes to this music, man, if you got the gift and you got the skill, just do it. Yeah. Look. Long walks in the pavement, hella broken, I'm paying rent. Writing and putting my pen to use, reaching high levels in the basement. New day with the same fit, doesn't matter cause the lace sick. Skinny Adidas, raggedy sneakers, a Casio when it can't tick. Working hard, I never sleep, thinking hella deep. Am I gonna win? Battling with my impatience, thinking of all of the places I ain't been. Steady grinding through the day shift. Lady, my feet, they been killing me due to the hours they giving me. I'm out of energy, though I know this struggle hit not the enemy. Cause I can't be broken. Music and video getting posted. Notification, they always showing. I see it coming when I be scrolling. Appreciate it, you keep me going. All of my lyrics, I hear you quoting. Taking the pressure when it approaches. Focus on my ambition and hustle. When pockets in the drum. Keeping that faith when that rent is due and no food in my house. So swallowing all my pride inside. To let my wifey help me out. Believing in God when I'm in doubt. Yeah, they say what it's all about. Hard times, I've been through it. It ain't nothing new to me. I'm used to it. I ain't got no time to make excuses in order to get a check. I just do it. I see the comments, your hard times. I've been through it. It ain't nothing new to me. I'm used to it. I ain't got no time to make excuses in order to get a check. I just check it out. Right about now, my mama need me. Paying the bills ain't getting easy. She put the food on the table and I put the cable. She able to watch TV. In due time, that's when you'll see me. Getting to it on the screen, killing the scene, rapping like you never seen. Off of my city and team, you mean? My diet sloppy as ever. I can't afford to eat better. I gotta live with the fact that it's hella expensive, living forever. Blowing up by the pressure. Head felt light as a feather. Body be naked, the food that I take up upon me under the weather. I'm sick of the most regardless. I've been regarded as the hardest artist. Still being honest, I keep it modest. Those I target feel like they know me for the longest. Within the shortest span of time I rap. Going in with the artist, stacking it up when they hear my music. My OG, he showed me how to do it. I had to write every side of the price. The listeners buy it and I recoup it. Got to get tired of the excuses. The limit was useless. Stagnated movements. I go out and get it. The pennies and give it will make a solution. So hard times, I've been through it. It ain't nothing new to me. I'm used to it. I ain't got no time to make excuses in order to get a check. I just do it. I just do it. Hard times, I've been through it. It ain't nothing new to me. I'm used to it. I ain't got no time to make excuses in order to get a check. I just do it. Hard times, I've been through it. It ain't nothing new to me. I'm used to it. I ain't got no time to make excuses in order to get a check. I just do it. I just do it. Yeah. I'm off to say the least. When it comes to this music, man, I got so much inspiration. So many people who have been letting their light shine through this microphone, and I just take it all in. I got black skin, so if anybody's shining, I'll be down and taking them UV rays of inspiration and that swag, you feel me? And I take it, listen to it. Me and my boy Bazzy come together, we make our own sound. Let's get it. So yeah, I got a project out called She Can't Save Me. It's basically about how men were trained to be codependent on a toxic way to black women, you feel me? And it's that Hiller music. Yeah. Fam, I had multiple ways of finessing the shorty to let me get inside her jeans. Wasn't no rape or abuse, but to tell you the truth, I was using a fraudulent scheme. Mentioning sex and wasn't my intention, and I pretended that wasn't my theme. Yet I fixated on getting the naked, and I was creative within a routine. Having a movie playing on the screen, making her feel like a queen. Letting the pity for me intervene, describing my low self-esteem. Killing her suspicion while she watching, listen as I was depicting my dream. Making her feel special, shorty would rebel and letting me get in between. See what I mean? I was getting her open, weaponizing the fact that I'm broken, hiding all my ulterior motives, scheming heavy so she wouldn't notice the primary focus. She blinded by hoping the possibility of us getting closer, gaining affection, getting the naked. Then I regret it when no moment over, and I be like, addiction. Soon as I'm fiending, she give me the fix. Addiction. When I need medicine, she my prescription. Addiction. I keep on telling myself that I'm quitting. Sometimes I don't listen. Day after day, it get hard to resist it. Addiction. Soon as I'm fiending, she give me the fix. Addiction. When I need medicine, she my prescription. Addiction. I keep on telling myself that I'm quitting. Sometimes I don't listen. Day after day, it get hard to resist it. I appreciate that fire emoji in the comment. Waking up to a phone in my face. Saw attention from her, hoping she paid. Hella Jones, I hit up in the day. Even though it's ain't really my taste. Hoping one of them is giving me play. Fantasizing one of them arriving, letting me inside her when they come to my place. Afterwards, I don't want her to stay. Recollecting it was all a mistake. Adding flaws to my character traits. Adding more to a lot on my plate. Further feeling like I'm not gonna be worth it when I meet a certain girl I wanna date. Not ready for that blessing that might await. Because of the cycle I'm trying to break. Addiction. Soon as I'm feeding, she give me the fix. Addiction. When I need medicine, she my prescription. Addiction. I keep on telling myself that I'm quitting. Sometimes I don't listen. Day after day, it get hard to resist. Addiction. Soon as I'm feeling, she give me the fix. Addiction. When I need medicine, she my prescription. Addiction. I keep on telling myself that I'm quitting. Sometimes I don't listen. Day after day, you're hard to resist. Yeah. I appreciate everybody that's been tuning in and She Can't Save Me. That John got over 11,000 streams, and that's all by the grace of God, you feel me? And when it comes to these talentless, man, it's only right that we collaborate. So I want to bring on my man Chuck Ansid, who produced this, John. Never ending mixtape out now, fam, you feel me? They say it's lonely at the top, but I'd rather it be all of us. So when one fall to the side, my man got me. Hey, two-step, hey. Hey, two-step, hey. OG two-step, hey. OG two-step, hey. OG two-step, hey. Y'all ready, y'all? Amplify Philly, let's go. I wasn't ready to get into a relationship. I understand a lot of y'all ain't been convinced. Homie, y'all recognize me and mine had a beautiful drive, but y'all ain't never look inside the tents. The healing process within ain't commenced. Dated a couple Jones who was gone when the love was strong, and I ain't been the same ever since. Peeping it all along, I've been trying to feel like I belong, so I can see a sense of worth. The world taught me that when the agonies of my flashbacks haunt me, she gon' mend the hurt. And that before God give me a cure for everything I do, I'm sure He gon' send the first. And for that what if He gon' send the codependency been our identity for many centuries, and we pretend to work. Ego and the curse made way to an open mic. Saw Queen showing love to show the night. So polite, sing about the beauty of melanin. It was evident that within the soul the light shine brightly into mine. And then my heart was blind to the fact that she only human, and it's God who using her to speak to my heart and mind. So I thought that I saw her as my Wonder Woman, but she can't save me. Got caught lacking, Yahweh asking why you replace me. I don't know what it is, but shorty got a hold. Yeah, or me when I'm lonely. Saw her as my Wonder Woman, but she can't save me. Got caught lacking, Yahweh asking why you replace me. I don't know what it is, but shorty got a hold. Yeah, talk to him, Chucky. Got me reminiscing about the old days. Got old pain in these verses, got me cutting on the OJs. We in his backseat, we letting out a road raise. We was so vain that to lighten up the propane. I even took you to my mama crib. We hiding roaches, said this ain't the way we oughta live. You had me thinking chucking greatness was a hominin', back then was low, so no hoe would ever bother him. Damn, how we made it out the mud, this shit's astonishing. Stacking blessings often off from dropping out of college, and that's all you be acknowledging. Used to love the noggin, now it's nagging off for throwing out the towel like it's man and all. Insecurity, insensitive, sex to Murray. Friends said ignore me, I guess that's the jury of love. I pray you see me as I'm floating above singing. Saw her as my Wonder Woman, but she can't save me now. Got caught lacking, Yahweh asking why'd you replace me now. I don't know what it is, but shorty got a hold of me when I'm lonely. Hey. Saw her as my Wonder Woman, but she can't save me. Got caught lacking, Yahweh asking would you replace me. I don't know where it goes, but baby got a hold of me when I'm lonely. Yeah. Shout out to Chuck Ansid one time, man. Never had the mixtape out right now. I see you getting your little groove on. I ain't mad. So yeah, man, this is a situation that's been going on, feel me? That's been affecting the whole world. It's this COVID-19 pandemic virus, you man. But one thing that I've been learning, man, and it's been causing somebody like me to have to sit with myself and face things I've been going through. So these are the epiphanies I had, you man? Look, the corona became a roller coaster when it arrived. Safe to say that the whole world stuck on the ride. I don't mean no disrespect to my people who died, but the virus is a blessing in the form of disguise. I learned to cherish every form of physical embrace, being grateful when the community could share space, having a healthy conversation while we face to face. Crazy how every minor thing we did was out of faith. We at a point where human interaction ain't safe. Hanging out with a loved one, the risk we can't take. Our lives is at stake, but we gotta understand, even though it's chaotic, it's still part of God's plan. Families getting closer when there used to be tension. Parents got time to get their son and daughter attention. The pandemic we in became another chance given to meditate on time we had selfish ambition. Man, listen, I ain't never been in days like this. Never thought I'd see a change like this. Ain't no running from the shame I hit. Making peace with everything I did. Reminiscing back when we'd all fight. Now we hoping we gon' be alright. Steady praying when it's said and done. Second verse. The revolution won't be televised. It gotta be within our heart and mind. Within my music, you don't bark in mine. And recognize it's cool that you ain't fine. Listen, we all faking and fronting. We all running from something. Pain ain't what you want, and I know it's hard to confront it. Especially when you sober, it's easier to be blunted while party music is dumping and getting lit at the function. Drinking away our sorrows, acting like it ain't nothing. Not worried about tomorrow. Lighting the L and puffing. COVID-19 intervening the discussion. Shutting down businesses like they all under construction. Now we know they ain't bluffing. Quarantining while stuck in our places. Facing problems with no choice but to trust in the Most High. Hoping we can rectify trouble past so that we treating each other better when this moment passed. I ain't never been in days like this. Never thought I'd see a change like this. Ain't no running from the shame I hit. Making peace with everything I did. Reminiscing back when we'd all fight. Now we hoping we gon' be alright. Steady praying when it's said and done. We can recognize we are one. Shout out to Amplify Philly, Rex Philly. If you want to follow me on Instagram, it's at ELICAPELLA9. Grateful to God. Appreciate this opportunity. I'm out this John, y'all. Peace.
Thanks, Eli. I love that. That was pretty dope. You guys can find Eli on Instagram at Eli Capella 9. That is the number 9, not spelled out. Coming up next, we have a session that was originally scheduled for South by Southwest back in March. Jen, I believe you had something to do with curating that one, right?
That's right. Yeah. So I was part of the Amplify Philly team when we were supposed to be headed to Austin earlier this year. Obviously, things have changed. I loved Eli's song, this last one, about a blessing in disguise, because it has made us appreciate Philadelphia so much more, and this great opportunity to share our stories here on a platform like Amplify. So the next topic we have is going to be about the disrupting the determinants of health, presented by CHOP. We'd like to thank CHOP, Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, for their sponsorship and support of Amplify Philly. They run an initiative called Healthier Together to tackle the social determinants of health, so important now more than ever, as a path to improving the health of children in Philadelphia. And I'm sure around the world, because it's a world-renowned institution. We're going to learn more about this community-focused work now through a short video. AI will not be on it like he was in ours earlier, but it's still going to be a great video.
Great.
And then we'll hear from Peter Grohlman of CHOP, who will be introducing the next panel. So we'll take it away with this video. Thanks.
We are Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, and we're proud to call West Philadelphia our home. Today in our neighborhood, almost 40% of families are living in poverty. More than 10,000 children, that's 1 in 4, are living with asthma. And a person's chances of being the victim of crime are almost twice the national average. Did you know that 80% of a child's health is determined by non-medical factors, like housing, hunger, trauma, and poverty? Because we are devoted to children's health, we cannot ignore what's happening in our neighborhood. This is why we created Healthier Together. It is a set of programs outside the walls of our hospital, focused on factors that impact the health of children in West Philadelphia. We used research and conversations with community leaders to identify areas of greatest need. CHOP is committed to addressing those needs, plus emerging issues and those amplified by COVID-19. CHOP is forming public-private partnerships to repair houses where children with asthma live. Renovations remove mold and other asthma triggers, so kids like Shai can get their asthma under control. % of our West Philadelphia patient families don't have enough healthy food to eat. CHOP supports several programs to ensure that children don't go hungry and that families know how to prepare healthy meals. Living in a high-crime area leads to high stress and trauma. CHOP identifies kids who have been exposed to violence and connects them to services that help them build resilience. The goal? Reduce the harm trauma inflicts on kids. To promote the economic health of West Philadelphia families and businesses, CHOP is committed to buying goods and services from local businesses. For individual families, we sponsor free financial counseling and free tax preparation right in the neighborhood. CHOP is in West Philadelphia, working with our government, community, and philanthropic partners, standing alongside families and children, standing up to support our neighbors. We need partners to stand with us. Join us.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Peter Grohlman with Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, and I'm thrilled to be here today to present a fantastic panel that is going to focus our discussion on how do we serve the most vulnerable people in our community. And right now, certainly our community has been very challenged. But one of the things that really energizes me about Philadelphia is that when we have a problem to solve, people really do come together. They bring their expertise, they bring their energy and their enthusiasm and their empathy to serve those who need us the most. The pandemic has no doubt infected, hospitalized, and taken thousands of lives in our city, in our state, and really throughout our country. The economic impact is devastating. These are things that you all know. And then the trauma of racism, police killings of Black men and women, and gun violence continues to take a very heavy toll on all of us. And as you think of Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and what our mission is all about, it's that we are very focused on the health and wellness futures of America's children, and really children throughout the world. We've long understood that a child's health is greatly influenced by so much more than just the delivery of excellent medical care. It goes beyond what happens within the walls of our 60 locations throughout South Jersey, throughout Pennsylvania, and even our global health centers in Botswana and the Dominican Republic. It goes to what's happening in an individual's home. It's what's happening in their community. It's how the economy influences their future and the hope and the potential and the promise that every child should have, no matter where they live. And to better accomplish this, it's important that we, CHOP, partner with so many Philadelphia nonprofits, local businesses, government officials, schools, to advance pioneering initiatives. This is work that we cannot do alone. We need to do it together in partnership. And if we do that, we truly feel that we will be successful in the work ahead of us. It's now my pleasure to invite our moderator to take over, a very valued and esteemed colleague of mine, Amanda Evans, who's our program manager for Healthier Together, and somebody who is also committed to her community. Amanda, with that, I invite you to take it over. Thank you so much.
Yes. Thanks so much, Peter. Thanks so much, Peter. And I'm really excited to join everyone this afternoon as a moderator for Disrupting the Determinants. So I think the video that was actually played in the beginning tells such an important and alarming story that a lot of our communities are facing in Philadelphia. As it's mentioned, about 25% of Philadelphians and more than a third of Philadelphian children live below the poverty line. And there are severe pockets of poverty right in CHOP's own backyard in West and Southwest Philly. And as the video outlined, a lot of our children and families in CHOP surrounding communities are experiencing housing insecurity and food insecurity, are exposed to violence, as well as attend subpar schools. So these stressors really are associated with poor and physical health outcomes. So as Peter mentioned, the healthcare industry really is moving towards a new wave of following what a lot of our public health experts like myself have been saying for a while of we have to step outside the walls of the hospital, outside of the acute clinical care, and really address the whole individual and the social factors that are influencing individual health. So as Peter mentioned, I am the program manager of Healthier Together at CHOP. And Healthier Together is an initiative that was launched in July 2019 to address the social needs, such as the behaviors, socioeconomic, and environmental factors that impact an individual's health. So our 4 focus areas are housing, hunger, trauma, and poverty. And this panel, Disrupting the Determinants, really will dive deep into Healthier Together's focus areas and highlighting our different partnerships in each of them. So one of our guiding principles is collaboration. So really emphasizing the together in Healthier Together. So we know we can't do this work alone. It really, no one organization can. And it really takes a village to address these complex problems. So to disrupt the determinants, collaboration really is key. And it's my pleasure to introduce today's panelists. So we have Megha Kulshrestha, who is the founder of Food Connect. We have Osaragwe Osayadu, who's a staff attorney at Community Legal Services, and Crystal Wortham, who's a family service coordinator at Uplift Center for Grieving Children. So welcome, ladies. I'm really excited to dive in this panel here today. So let's start with really telling us about your different organizations. How are you all addressing the social determinants of health through Healthier Together's initiative? So Megha, I'll start with you and Food Connect.
Thanks, Amanda. Yeah, this year has been we've experienced a lot of different shifts happening on food access level. So a lot of what Food Connect does, we're a nonprofit organization that works with local food banks, shelters, meal sites to help them with their distribution needs. And we also work with food vendors across the city, across the region. When they have extra food, how do we safely transport that food in real time? A lot of our solutions, our model revolves around collaboration. It's at the cornerstone of what we do. We are not looking to rebuild a thriving system. We're looking to complement it. So a lot of the solutions we found are able to take off because we actively work with the existing partners in the communities, existing meal service sites, and understand their needs first. We listen first, and then we offer what solutions are available. So for us, increasing food access during a time when meal sites could be a place where there is extra risk that's posed to your health. So for us, we had to shift very quickly to offer additional distribution support as businesses are closing down and as there are spikes and dips in the food supply itself. COVID-19 has created a lot of upstream effects on the food supply where sometimes prices are skyrocketing and food becomes unaffordable. Sometimes there's dips in food supply where you can't access healthy food. So there's been a lot that we are confronting on that side, and having an immediate response when food does become available is super critical. So for us, kind of releasing all hands on deck approach with all of our partners. We have several hundred drivers in the city to make sure that we're able to be extremely responsive with food. And then on the food access side, we are working with meal sites and shelters and food pantries across the city to implement home delivery solutions. We are literally meeting people where they are during the pandemic to be able to increase food access. There has always been a need for these types of services, but now with the pandemic, it's become even more crucial. So lots of aspects to think about and discuss, and but that's kind of a quick overview.
Yeah, thanks for that. And we'll definitely dive into that a little bit deeper too. And it really, you mentioned meeting people where they are. So it sounds like your organization really is pushing new boundaries. So speaking about pushing new boundaries, Asaragwe, I know we recently announced an extension of the CHOP and CLS partnership. So can you tell us a little bit about your organization?
Sure. So thank you so much for having me here, Amanda. As you said, my name is Osaragwe Osaido. I am an attorney with Community Legal Services, and Community Legal Services is a nonprofit organization that offers free legal services to low-income Philadelphians. And so we launched a couple years ago, we launched a medical legal partnership with CHOP, and specifically housed in the CareBots Pediatric Center in West Philadelphia. And the medical legal partnership model, just to give you a brief overview, is really trying to tackle the social determinants of health and being mindful of social determinants of health by giving holistic care to families. And the way that we kind of think about this care is there are so many factors outside of just the patient visit that affect whether or not you're going to see positive or negative health outcomes for individuals. Factors that you've already mentioned, Amanda, like housing, food insecurity, poverty, trauma. And a lot of the times these issues, they are medical, but they're influenced by factors that I could help with as an attorney, or that a social worker can help with, or that a community health advocate or health educator can help with. And so the model is really about bringing everybody together under one roof, so that if a family has an issue that is a medical issue, that there is a legal component, a more for example, a child who's having asthma flare-ups and a family who is renting, and we know that there are issues in the home that make the asthma worse, but the landlord is not being responsive, that's something that I could step in and help with. So it's really just our model pre-pandemic was having myself, medical provider, social worker all in one place, so the family didn't have to leave CareBots to go to different institutions to get the care that they needed, when we know that when we're working together to really address these issues, then we can provide that holistic care that we would like to. We can speak more about just all the changes that the pandemic brings to that approach. I think the biggest is just, that everybody being in one place model can no longer happen. So thinking about ways that I can stay and that we can stay in contact with the other members of our team, the medical providers, the social workers, the community health advocates, and while also staying in touch with families and getting necessary information out to families has really been the challenge for us. And we've been able to stay connected through a lot of different ways, including video conferencing and video chatting, like I'm sure the rest of you have as well, trying to keep information in a central location that any family could access. One of the things that we've seen in the pandemic is that people communicate differently. Some people have the capacity to engage in video chatting, some people don't. They prefer text messages, they prefer email. So really just kind of keeping track of what works best for each patient family, so that we can stay in constant communication both with each other and with them. So that's just sort of a brief overview, but there's like Mega said, there's a lot to talk about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, certainly. Thanks for that. And I really, it made me think of kind of the co-location model. So I know pre-pandemic, your team is really embedded in at Carabots with the team, and it makes me think of really housing as a form of healthcare. And I think that co-location model really is a great model to go after. So, Crystal, I actually want to hand it over to you and Uplift, because I know you all are embedded in our Carabot Center as well. So can you tell us a little bit about yourself and the organization?
Absolutely, Amanda. Thank you. Again, I'm Crystal Wortham, the Family Services Coordinator at Uplift Center for Grieving Children. And I'm just really excited about being included in this panel discussion. So at Uplift, we offer a number of grief services, from professional development workshops to post-crisis groups, the community groups. We also do in-school grief groups, as well as our family services groups, which we do at the Carabots location. And our family services groups, the families come after school hours, and it's children from kindergarten through the 12th grade, and we also have groups for their caregivers. So we do cater to the family. And one thing that we did pre-COVID was that we actually were able to sit down and enjoy a healthy meal together, just to create that family, create that community. And the families would sit down at the table with the Uplift clinicians, along with our volunteers who help us out in group and our interns. And that's how we began all of our groups. And we talked about grief, and we know that talking about grief and death is never easy, but imagine trying to do that and be present when you're trying to suppress hunger pains, and when you don't even know where your next meal is coming from, and trying to silence the growls of your stomach while you're in a group. We cannot expect the caregivers, and we realized we couldn't expect them to begin to process their grief so that they can then support their children if they don't know if they'll be able to even feed those children when they got home later that evening. So providing that meal, and not singling those out who were in need, but just offering the meal to everyone. And should a family disclose that they did have some type of food shortage, then, or some type of hardship or another struggle, then we would connect them to the resources in their community, because it's unfair to ask someone to tackle some type of psychological or physiological when their basic needs have not been met. And as many of you are aware, that Philadelphia has been experiencing alarming rates of trauma, violence, and grief, yet the caregivers are still expected to report to their jobs, whether in person or virtual, and be the best employee that they can be. And our children, who know more than what we give them credit for, they're expected to excel in their academics under these circumstances. We know that gun violence and homicides are increasing, and the expectations to function as usual while living through this pandemic is still on each and every one of us. So our peer-to-peer model of support allows participants to process and create their own narrative while seeing themselves in each other. And it helps to empower those families as they live and they function within the community, because they're not only able to share their story but they hear other people's stories as well. So they are receiving and giving support, and that's building community.
Yeah, thanks for that, Crystal. And I think a lot of what you mentioned is that daily trauma that individuals are experiencing day in and day out, in terms of all of the social needs they're experiencing. And you touched on this a little bit in terms of creativity of how Uplift is really being creative in how they're addressing those needs and really taking care of the individual. So we know that addressing community needs really requires a lot of creativity and out-of-box thinking. We're living through multiple public health crises right now. We're in the middle of a pandemic. Racism is a public health issue. The list really goes on. And I think all of these have simultaneously exacerbated the needs in our communities. So our new normal also makes it difficult and challenging to address those social needs. That's why, Ray, I know you mentioned before, we're not in person anymore. So a lot of our places where we did meet and collaborate are closed. We are gathering in this virtual environment. So I think that requires a lot of innovation. So really, how has your organization during this time, especially during the pandemic, really impacted and serving the clients in different ways? So Sorry, Greg, if you want to touch on that, how have you guys innovated during this time?
Sure. And I think that, like you said, and like we've all been saying, I think the biggest kind of change to how we do the work is that a lot of what's in person can no longer happen. And I really like what Crystal was saying about how that personal touch, like sitting down with a family and having a meal, can make such a difference, because I think especially for families in crisis, feeling that human connection is so, so important. And especially now when everybody is in this heightened state of, grief and just pain because of everything that's going on, I think it's really important to find ways to keep that connection, even if it's virtual. And so for us, the biggest change that we've made is kind of taking the information that lives within the organization, either through a flyer that you might pick up at an appointment, or through a one-on-one conversation that you might have with myself or another provider who's at CareBots, and kind of making that globally available. So one of the things that we've done is all of the information that kind of lives in one place has now been transported to a website that anybody can access. And the website, it's called phillytenant.org. It's for tenants to go online and look at resources and legal information for a whole range of different issues relating to housing. Obviously, the first line of information has to do with just COVID, and specifically eviction prevention and rental assistance. But as far as any other housing issues that come up, security deposits, repairs, all that information can be now found in one place, and that's phillytenant.org. So we switched from, more of a flyer model to more of a central location for information model. And then as far as having somebody who can speak with you and kind of help people with the issues that they're facing and have that sort of human to human contact, we also have a Philly Tenant hotline, and you can find that number on phillytenant.org, and you can call somebody and be connected with a housing advocate and just explain the issue, and have somebody walk you through like next steps. And again, that's just really trying to bring that kind of, even through the phone, bring that personal touch back into the work that we do, because it's so important. So those are the two main ways that we've changed our systems. And even within the medical legal partnership, because we're no longer stationed at CareBots, like most of the referrals that I get from CareBots and from CHOP are now through email. And so again, it's about, reaching out individually to tenants, even though it's through phone right now, but just creating that connection, so that people know that there's somebody on their side as everything else, is going on in their lives. So those are the main ways of innovation, but there's definitely, those are on the ground things. We have sort of global changes that I know we'll get to in the next few questions, but those are the main ways.
Yeah, certainly. You touched on the importance of advocates, and really that's the role that your team plays. And Crystal, I want to turn it over to you, because I know Uplift, that's what you guys do too. You're advocates for your family. So really, how have you guys had to innovate during this time?
For one, we had to, as Michael Jackson challenged us to do in his song, we had to take a look at the man in the mirror. So that means that as an agency, as individuals operating within that agency, we were forced to acknowledge how civil unrest, how the gun violence and homicide, police brutality, the loss of jobs and income, and just an overnight change in our world, all while living through a pandemic, has impacted each of us, because we were not exempt. Just because we were supporting others did not mean that we got a pass. We were being impacted just like the families we were supporting. COVID-19 not only changed the way we live, but it also changed the way we grieve and the way we said goodbye to our loved ones. It changed how we celebrated, from birthday parties to proms and graduations and other family gatherings, So in essence, the pandemic kind of changed our response, or the way we were able to respond. We at Uplift, we were used to running in-person grief groups. We were used to having that human touch with the families. Well, that all changed. So here we were, some more tech savvy than others. We were trying to duplicate what had already been done and what already worked, mind you, but it wasn't working. Yes, the faces on my screen, they were all the same, the same that sat across from me in the groups, but something was so different. It wasn't until we recognized that after COVID-19 hit, we were not dealing with groups as usual. Before, families came to process a death, but now they were processing their thoughts, their feelings, and concerns about loss. Loss due to the pandemic, loss due to racial injustices, loss due to having to move because they could no longer afford their rent. And the list goes on. So we revisited our definition of grief so that we could now include all loss, because grief is a natural reaction to loss, not just death. Many of the participants were experiencing the very same physical reactions, the same thoughts and feelings that they had after their person died. And guess what? It felt as if the world was grieving. Needless to say, our curriculum had to change to reflect what we were witnessing, so families were able to process what was going on in their world, in their community, in their home, their family, and in their bodies. We immediately started Uplift at Home, which can be accessed on our website, which provides families and children with resources and activities from reading books to playing games, and it's designed to bring calm during this time of uncertainty. We quickly noticed that young children cannot be expected to sit still for long periods, nor keep long periods of concentration. So we launched a new group called the Come Together Group. And that's where children in kindergarten through the second grades, they can be in group with their caregivers. By having the caregiver and the children together, both can do activities, have dedicated time together, and meaningful discussions. Also, we're now providing the grief groups and caregiver workshops in Spanish to just kind of meet that language barrier that has been in our communities.
Yeah, thanks for that. And you mentioned that you really had to change your model. I think a lot of us had to, as we're all in this virtual environment. And Meg, you touched on it a little bit in your intro of how Food Connect had to change their model a little bit. So can you touch on that a little bit more?
Yeah, it was a really big shift. As an organization, we help service several hundred meal sites, food cupboards, pantries in the Philadelphia area. And overnight, these pantries started experiencing just extremely high volumes. And at the same time, there are, again, spikes and dips in the food supply. So it was a very new dynamic, and it was happening and unfolding very fast. And there were also closures happening at the same time. Hours were being adjusted. So there was a lot to manage, and interestingly enough, our services shifted to meet people even closer to where they were as a result of it. So we rolled out contactless deliveries. We instead of delivering from food vendor to meal site, we would actually work with the meal sites and extend our services as they've identified homes that were food insecure. So with CHOP, there were a few different sites that you all had worked with, and we helped deliver, it was close to over 4,500 deliveries that we worked with CHOP on, and delivered meal boxes to families to their homes. And this was a 12-week program, and the total was close to 80,000 meals. These food boxes were sourced from local farms, which is incredibly important to support right now, because they're on a lot of local businesses, a lot of local farms were also experiencing a lot of pressure. So supporting the local businesses while they're trying to figure out how to get their food out, and then being able to deliver that to families that are experiencing food insecurity, that have tested positive for food insecurity, what that means for their mental health, for their social health, for their physical health. Food kind of, as Crystal was kind of mentioning if your tummy is grumbling and you don't know where your next meal is coming from, or you don't know where you're going to provide for your family, it's hard to kind of focus on other solutions when that basic need is not being met. And while hunger has existed since the start of time, I mean, I think the pandemic kind of sheds a new light. A lot of institutions, leaders, organizations are being forced to reevaluate their programs. They have to look inward, as you mentioned, because business as usual is no longer an okay standard. And so for us, we've been doing a lot of work with the Healthier Together initiative to make sure that all of the solutions around food security, food access, the social determinants of health, how do you access the people that need the food immediately? How do we get access to those people? How do we give them food right away? Do we have a 24-hour turnaround time? Do we have a 48-hour turnaround time? How many weeks do we provide the support? So there's a lot of different elements when thinking about the innovation side of it. But for us, the real kind of shift that happened was being able to roll out. We've always had real-time notifications. Our partners can track their drivers. They can track the deliveries. They get notifications when the delivery arrives, and we work in the hunger relief space to understand the pantries that we work with and the shelters. But now the added layer of giving them additional support on the home distribution side really eased up some of the burden that they were experiencing on site if people were coming and they couldn't make all the meals because there's just too many people to feed. And due to COVID-19 restrictions, you can't have all the meals made with the same number of staff indoors. So there were a lot of different elements that people were battling there. So we're continuing to look at additional ways to collaborate. How do we identify the people that are in need the most? What does that referral process look like? We are currently testing even more streamlined ways to be able to get that referral process smoothed out. But it was very kind of an eye-opening moment when, CHOP was kind of took, when the pandemic happened, I remember, Amanda, you kind of reaching out and having such a thoughtful approach to food access, because a lot of times these things get overlooked. And the fact that as an organization, the Healthier Together initiative, in my opinion, has been, we've worked with a lot of programs, and how forward thinking you all are at the depth of your impact. It's really helped in framing the program and meeting people where they are and where their needs are, being able to roll out solutions accordingly. So very, very grateful for the work that we're doing together, because we're getting a lot of positive feedback on that. And even some of the alerts that that we've had in our system, we've had to change that to have to also roll it out in Spanish so that the language access can also be addressed. So there's just more layers to that we can continue to roll out. But just the pandemic really, I think, shed a light on some of the more immediate needs that need to be addressed, and again, meeting people where they are instead of the other way around.
Yeah, certainly. I appreciate your kind words with Healthier Together, and I know you mentioned before in terms of really reevaluating some of our programs, and I think that's what a lot of our organizations are doing right now, of how do we need to pivot to really address the needs. So I actually want to pivot a little bit to talk about data. So CHOP is a data-driven organization, and that's really what's driving Healthier Together in terms of really having the hard data of the needs, and then coming up with these evidence-based solutions to address those. So addressing these social needs definitely requires good data, both from our local community, so getting that community input and buy-in, but then also the statistics. So I think given the pandemic and the ever-changing climate, of our communities during this time. It's somewhat hard to get real data in real time. That's constantly changing. So Meg, I actually want to turn it back to you because I do know Food Connect is also very data driven. So how do you stay aware and responsive to the needs that are changing on a daily basis?
Yeah, I think for us, it's so important to make sure that the impact that we're making, we're tracking it, because the data, as you say, it helps kind of tell the story of how big the need actually is, and it captures that. So it's not just us saying it because we've heard it and we're seeing it and we're feeling it. It's because the numbers also show it, and it helps people who aren't used to the space, who are new to the space or hearing about it for the first time. The numbers help connect them a little bit faster sometimes than a story would. So for us, the data is really important because we're able to kind of track the impact. With food security, kind of zooming out a little bit with food insecurity, I mean, there's at least there's at least about 14% of households prior to the pandemic that were experiencing food insecurity on a national level. Within Philadelphia, 1 in 4 people were food insecure. These are all pre-pandemic numbers. Post-pandemic, we're having over 30 million jobless claims. So unemployment is spiking. And with any time that a household experiences food insecurity, the outcomes for diabetes, hypertension, heart disease, mental health issues, all of these risk factors go up. So I think when we're thinking about food as kind of one aspect of their need, all of these health outcomes kind of can be traced back to whether they have access to healthy food. Over 80% of the food requests that Food Connect gets in are fresh produce or prepared meals, which is traditionally overlooked in the food rescue space and the traditional hunger relief model, which relies on canned goods and boxes and packaged goods. So a lot of what we do, because it's real-time communication, real-time collaboration and alerts, a lot of what we are able to do is capture produce that is fresh, that needs to get distributed that same day or the following day, and prepared meals that can get over to a meal site that's servicing it tonight. So there are new opportunities that open up when we have the tools to be responsive. So that's kind of some of the food insecurity on the side of monitoring some of the health outcomes. And we're working with food pharmacy, with CHOP, to make sure that with this increased food access, how are the outcomes from the increased food access? What are the outcomes that families are experiencing? What are the outcomes that children are experiencing as a result of that? Because again, a lot of times people may not have access to public transportation or their own transportation. So having this extra element provides a very critical shift that needs to take place in relief solutions. So we're excited to continue to see where the outcomes will be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, does anyone else want to chime in on the data and how you guys stay on top of the emerging needs?
I'll chime in. I can echo everything Amanda and Meg has said about the importance of keeping data just so that we know that we're being responsive to the need. And that's particularly tricky when we're trying to connect my specialty, housing, with health, because we do know that housing, especially now, is a form of healthcare with the pandemic and with the stay-home orders and just the need for social distancing. And this kind of goes to an earlier question you mentioned, Amanda, about innovating to address the needs that are coming up in the pandemic. A critical piece of that is really following the data and figuring out how people are experiencing the pandemic. And so one of the things that we've done at our organization is kind of open up new COVID focused data projects so we can track how the needs are changing within Philadelphia households in relation to, people losing their jobs and not being able to make both their rent and mortgage payments. And actually, one of the ways in which we knew that we would have to pre-pandemic, like I was saying earlier, there are a lot of different housing issues in Philadelphia. Yes, there's eviction. 1 in 14 families get evicted each year in Philadelphia. We're 4th in the nation for the rate of evictions. So Philadelphia, based on the data, we knew we were already facing an eviction crisis. And then, compound that with COVID, with people losing their jobs, and with the home becoming that much more important now that we're facing a public health crisis. It was kind of what we saw was that there were two crises, that were going to compound on each other. Eviction increasing the rate and the spread of COVID, just because, once you no longer have a home to practice social distancing in, you're headed to crowded shelters, you're doubling up with different family members, and we're increasing the likelihood of contact. So we could see that the fact that we already had an eviction crisis in Philadelphia would make the spread of COVID worse. And we could also see that because of COVID and because of the higher rate in unemployment, people were going to be facing eviction at a higher rate than we saw pre-pandemic. And we also know that both eviction and both hospitalization from and death from COVID are disproportionately affecting Black people, poor people. And so what the data kind of showed us is that all of these potentially disastrous health outcomes were going to fall on one specific population. And that, I think that's one of the things that really fueled our new initiative with Healthier Together, with the eviction prevention in the Healthier Together zip codes, because we know that those zip codes in West Philly are facing high eviction rates already. And that, the reason that we're able to be responsive and to kind of open these new initiatives is because we're following the data on that. And so data has been a driving force in how we did our housing work prior to the pandemic, and now that the pandemic has hit and we know that that we're really needing to focus our advocacy on the most vulnerable populations. That's, all of that information that we're tracking is really helpful to make sure that our advocacy is responsive to the people who have the most need.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you touched on how all of these needs are just compounding on top of each other and really making it so complex that not only like one organization can solve the problem. And I think that just brings in the importance of collaboration. And really the need for it. So we hear a lot about collaboration all the time, but we rarely hear about the challenges of collaboration. And I know you all know firsthand about those challenges that come along when really bringing diverse stakeholders together. So partners may have different priorities, different timelines, different decision-making processes. How do you make collaboration work? Chris, I'm going to turn it over to you first.
Sure. So these trying times have forced us at Uplift to recognize our limitations. So we have adopted a saying, small but mighty, to affirm that our impacts and our reach far outweighs our size. But we're small, but we are mighty, indeed. But we would be fooling ourselves if we thought we could do it all alone. We saw quickly that needs were innumerable, and there was no way that we would be able to do it. There was no way that we could reach all of the, those that were in need, those that needed the grief support at the time. It was no way that we could do it. And we're still meeting with community partners to collaborate, just to ensure that we're not only just duplicating services, we also want to establish warm handoffs when we're referring families from agency to agency. So identifying other supportive services in the community that we could potentially refer to and work with is very crucial. And we know that it's beneficial for our families that we serve. We saw that we can't come in and fly with a cape ready to save the day. Reason being, because when we approach a situation with a cape, we're saying that we already know the problem and that we are the solution, when in actuality there is no one size fits all support model. You know, we need a lot of resources. The communities we need a lot of different needs. There are a lot of different needs here. And knowing what programs and supports already exist in the community, engaging with community members is very vital. As I already said, not only will we get a better understanding of the issues, but we'll also, you know, maybe stumble upon the solutions.
Yeah, you touched on something really around collaboration with partners to streamline the access. So, Meg, I want to turn it over to you. I know you use that model of really like learning about the needs and then kind of addressing them. And Crystal mentioned of like there's no one size fits all. So, can you speak a little bit about one, how you're really collaborating with those partners to streamline the delivery, but also those challenges that come and arise with that?
Yeah, collaboration is definitely something that we've had to push for in the space, because a lot of times there are solutions, there are multiple solutions, there are multiple needs, and everyone's trying to figure out what the best approach is, and everyone has their own approach. But in times of need, in times of crisis, and also being a mission-driven organization, we see it as a requirement to work together, even if it is at the cost of smaller wins that we could have if we did it by ourselves. Because at the end of the day, the data has shown us that as an organization, if we are building solutions that can enable real-time communication, real-time collaboration, we are actually able to move so much more food. We are able to increase food access more than double, triple the traditional amount, because we are able to communicate in real time and have smooth handoffs. So for us, it's really important for us to be able to look at food access through the lens of collaboration, because there are so many organizations doing incredible work. It's how do we support them? It's not, we don't have the approach of how do we come in and replace what they're doing or do it better than them. It's how do we support the people who are already doing an incredible job, because that is going to get us so much further. And it also builds trust. I think this is a really, it's a soft word, but it's important in the nonprofit space and in the food access, hunger relief space. People need to trust that your organization is going to do right by them. And a lot of times, if you have a for-profit model or there's different structures, just how the program is set up that may not align with the interests of the end recipient. So we're very, very conscious of that when we structure a program, to make sure everybody involved has the same interest when we're rolling out a solution. On the collaboration side, we have been working on integrations and handoffs and streamlining some of these new requests that we're getting on the home delivery side and the distribution side. So we have rolled out additional links on our website where partners can sign up for home delivery. We've structured enough of these programs where we kind of see the patterns, see what's working, and see what needs to be adjusted. Some of the challenges that we've run across are we are still servicing a population that is impacted by the digital divide. So when thinking about technology, innovation, and solutions, we also have to understand that there's a good amount of people, if you're homeless or if you can't afford your next meal, chances are you may not have a smartphone. You may have a flip phone or a dial phone. So there's a lot of considerations when we have to think about how do we increase food access. Yes, the alerts are great, but if you don't have a smartphone, you're not going to get the alerts. So we're doing a lot of internal user testing to understand where are the access points that do have access to technology. How can we use them as a conduit to increase food access? So there's a lot of user testing going on, and a lot of times what sounds fancy and wonderful on paper really isn't great for the end user. So we're very conscious of that. And we take a human-computer interaction design approach when it comes to rolling out solutions on that side. So collaboration, keeping the end recipient in mind, and working on integrations and smooth handoffs. It's been a lot. It's been a lot, and it's been challenging because there are a lot of people that need food right now. So just trying to make sure that we're keeping up with the demand and being receptive and listening when we need to.
Yeah, you spoke about really seeing what people are already doing and then really trying to multiply that impact. And I think that's so important in a city like Philadelphia, that the need is so high, and really the demand for all of the services that our organizations are providing really does surpass the availability from whether it's city partners, nonprofits, or the private sector. And especially in our current financial climate, they're also like squeezing funds in terms of these different sources. So I'll really pose this question to anyone. How has your organization really been challenged to multiply its impact during this challenging time? Don't all jump at once. So maybe I'll do it a little bit more pointed and targeted. So Asarigwe, so how has CLS really been efficient and effective with limited resources in terms of the need in terms of housing stability is so great in the city? You mentioned Philly has the fourth highest eviction rate. So really, how has your organization been efficient with your resources and be able to really make an impact?
So I think one of the biggest ways in which we've been able to kind of shift out the way that we do the work so that we make a larger impact, especially like you said, Amanda, the need in Philadelphia it's overwhelming. And when we think about larger advocacy issues, what we're really trying to focus on is if this person doesn't go to CareBots, doesn't have an attorney, and they're still facing eviction, is what we do within our organization impactful enough that it'll reach them. And so what we've been focusing on, both in housing and in other areas, such as public benefits and utilities, is widespread policy changes, things like eviction moratoriums that'll affect people who can never get to an attorney or can never access our services. Eviction moratoriums, working with the court staff to really educate them on making sure that the process with just how things are going right now, especially because we had, I imagine that you know this, Amanda, but I'll just say it just in case it's not widely known information. The way that we've really worked to protect renters in Philadelphia has been piecemeal. So there's a little bit going on in City Council with the Emergency Housing Protections Act. There's a little bit going on with the courts issuing eviction moratoriums by 60-day intervals. Governor Wolf has been issuing eviction moratoriums. And then there's just separate advocacy going on with the prevention of lockouts, even when somebody has been through a hearing. And so that kind of advocating at the higher level, at the state, with City Council, with the court, to enact changes that'll affect a larger range of people, we've seen has been effective in addition to the direct work we do with our clients. And so that's what we've really been focusing on, is just kind of what can we do large scale that'll have an effect on somebody who may never, come see me or come see my colleagues. And I think that's what we really have to think about with COVID because of the fact that not a lot people aren't walking into people's offices anymore. So just larger policy initiatives.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that advocacy piece is so important. So I know we only have 3 minutes left. So I want to pose this last question to you all. That I know you're all rock stars in your everyday disrupting the determinants. So I want to end on a high note. So what really gives you all hope in knowing that collaborations like the ones that we spoke about here today are happening all throughout Healthier Together and taking place? So what really gives you hope? Mega, I'll start it off with you.
Yeah, what gives me hope is just, having incredible peers and colleagues like the ones on the panel with me today. And there are so many people. There are more people that care about solutions and that care about helping one another out. And I think a lot of times when we look at the news, that's not representative of reality all the time, especially during an election year. So I think sometimes just turning that off and taking a breather and just understanding and looking kind of at the solution makers and the people that are wanting to do good by their neighbors and good by their family and friends, and just kind of remembering that there are so many people that are working towards the same solution. And at the end of the day, we all want a lot of the same things. And if we can look at what we have in common and push forward and fight for the solutions we believe in, I think that's going to make a really big impact.
Mm-hmm. Crystal, what gives you hope?
Amanda, it's something you said earlier. You said it takes a village. And I know that saying is often used when we're speaking about raising children, but it rings true when dealing with many of life's ups and downs. We all need supportive individuals in our lives, like everyone right here on the panel with me. It certainly takes a village.
Mm-hmm. Osarigwe, what about you?
Yep, I completely agree. There's a lot of input right now, and the times when I feel most energized in this work is when I'm connected with collaborators that I know and that I respect and that I trust. And just hearing all of the wonderful work that your organizations are doing, and that we all kind of believe in what we're doing, and just the dedication that I see on this panel gives me some hope, because I think outside of spaces where we're really on the same page about social determinants, about anti-poverty and anti-racism work, outside of that space, there's a lot to despair about. So it's always nice to connect with people who understand the importance of uplifting the voices of the unheard.
Yeah, certainly. It's partnerships like these that we're highlighting of what's possible and what really the future holds. So I want to thank all of you for joining as panelists for such a fruitful discussion. I'm grateful that you joined me here today. And for viewers at home, if you want to learn more about Healthier Together and want to get involved in any of the work that we mentioned here today, I encourage you to go to www.chop.edu and search Healthier Together to learn more about the initiative and how you can get involved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That panel was all women.
Yeah,
I
loved
thought
it
that
too.
was great. So, Megan, we've made it to the final session of the day.
What
Can
a
you believe
day.
it?
What a
Absolutely.
day. But we're not done. Make sure you hang out with us. After our next session, we'll be hosting an election trivia. Winners will receive an Amplify Philly prize pack, including a $50 gift card to Reading Terminal Market. If you get that, my email is Megan at a free month of membership at Rec Philly and an Amplify Philly Better Civics swag bag. That's fun.
Amazing.
But before we get into trivia, we have a very special session. Greg Clark is Global Head of Future Cities and New Industries at HSBC Group. A hell of a title.
Amazing.
Like, seriously, That sounds better than co-founder of Better Civics. I want to be called Future Cities and New Industries at Better. Anyway.
Yeah.
At HSBC Group, Greg leads the bank's work on cities and mobility with its global client base in 63 countries and 300 cities. Greg will be joined by Dyshawn Hines of the Philadelphia Global Identity Partnership for a fireside chat about cities and how Philly shapes up on the global stage. So check that out.
Do you think they'll really have a fireplace?
Probably.
I've always wondered that. I feel like they should have fireplaces when they say fireplace.
And we are recording. Go ahead.
Hello, Professor Greg Clark. Always a pleasure to speak with you. How are you?
Deshaun, it's great to see you. I'm very well. I'm in London tonight, and well, it's lovely to reconnect with you.
Indeed. How's the weather out in London right now?
It's a little bit cold, a little bit damp, but I guess that's how London appears in the movies, right?
I think that that is the reputation that London has. Well, right now it is, early afternoon or late afternoon in Philadelphia. It's actually beautiful and sunny here, so we have a few more of those before the winter comes in. So, wonderful. Yes, indeed. Well, thank you for taking some time out of your schedule to join us. We've had an opportunity to get acquainted and trade some ideas in the past. So I'm looking forward to the opportunity to sharing some of these discussions with everyone here. So to start off, as a general background, I am Dyshawn Hines, and I am the program director with the Philadelphia Global Identity Partnership. And we're actually on a mission following a research study done by the Brookings Institute to help shape Philadelphia's global narrative, utilizing a brand toolkit and online presence to streamline that conversation. So Professor Clark is here because you're actually the expert on global cities. So first, can you tell everyone a little bit about yourself?
Well, Deshaun, I'll keep it short. I'm a man who's visited 300 cities. I like the smell and the taste and the feel and the magic and the music of cities. And I've held many different roles in my time. Until recently, I was a global fellow at the Brookings Institution. That term has come to a glorious end. I'm the senior advisor on future cities at HSBC Bank. I'm chairman of something called the Connected Places Catapult, which is an urban innovation agency, and I'm a writer and a commentator. That's probably enough.
Wow. My first question is, when do you sleep? That's an awful lot. Awesome.
I do get asked that question quite a lot, by the way. And I used to sleep on aeroplanes, but now I'm not traveling anywhere. I have to find somewhere else to sleep. So I've discovered this thing called a bed, and it's quite good.
Indeed. I think that's a fair trade-off, and you're looking well. So that's something to be happy with, I guess.
Thank you.
Indeed. So just as a quick background, exactly what is a global city?
Well, I mean, that's actually a very serious and very important question, Deshaun, and I'm glad you've asked it, because ideas about what a global city is have really changed over the last 30 years. 30 years ago, if you talked about a global city, people would say it's New York, it's London, maybe it's Paris, could be Hong Kong, maybe Tokyo. There's only 4 or 5 or 6 of them, and they're global corporate headquarters for multinational companies. They're financial services hubs where the big banks are based. And probably they're also centers of media, maybe decision making, maybe they're capital cities, maybe they're not. And so there was this old idea that as globalization evolved in the 80s and the 90s, that the global city was the kind of command and control center of the global economy. And as I say, there were 5 or 6 of them. These days, these ideas have changed about global cities. We're much more interested in now in 100 different cities that are playing global roles. Some of them are centers of migration and talent attraction and people flows. Some are centers for innovation of various kinds. And some of them are just the very big cities in the rapidly globalizing economies of the global South. So we tend these days to think about 3 or 4 different kinds of global cities. Not all of them are corporate centers, not all of them are financial centers, not all of them are capital cities, and a lot of them are not centers of media and decision making either. But what has happened is that globalization has become more distributed across a wider range of cities. And for cities like Philadelphia, this is quite important because it's possible to be a global city without being a major corporate hub if you're a leader in something else. And particularly if you're a leader in things where new science and technology is taking a lead. You can, for example, be a leader by being a world center of genomics, of stem cell therapy, regenerative medicine, and other things. So it's possible to be a global city in many different ways.
Interesting. So you mentioned Philadelphia. Would you consider Philadelphia to be a global city?
Well, I'd say Philadelphia is a city that's transitioning. In the past, of course, Philadelphia was a great global city. The city that invented America, the city that invented a kind of conscious capitalism, the city that invented, in a certain way, philanthropy, the city that fostered all sorts of social innovations, from fire brigades to hospitals to affordable housing, a whole range of things that the city did. So for nearly 200 years, Philadelphia was a global city in that real leadership sense, a pioneer, a rule setter, a code maker for other cities. And then, of course, it went through a long period of rapid industrialization, huge success as an industrial city, and then all of the challenges of deindustrialization and all of the inequality and the social strife that goes with that. And now Philadelphia, for the last couple of decades, has been re-emerging firstly as a great city to live, secondly, as a city with an amazing science, technology, medicine, educational set of clusters within it, thirdly, as a city that is equidistant between Washington and New York, with all the advantages that brings. And then fourthly, a city of very distinctive cultural heritage, but also cultural and social diversity. A great global city of many peoples from all sorts of different parts of the world coming together. So I consider Philadelphia a global city, but in a way I think of it as a renewing global city, a city that was global before and is becoming global again. And can I put it that way?
Oh, you can absolutely put it that way. If you were to ask me, I would say Philadelphia is definitely a global city. So yes, we are aligned in that thought process. But let me ask you for, as you mentioned, sometimes it's a transition process, right? Some cities may have been a global city, some may be now, but it's the potential to maybe lose that status as well. So I'm a little bit familiar with some of the ideas on, well, how does a city make that transition? But it's based off of a lot of work that you've done already with other cities around the world. Could you just give us a few, quick generalizations on how would a city transition itself from, the regional platform to a more global one?
Yeah, it's a very good question, Deshaun. And of course, there's more than one way to do it. But if you look at the cities that have successfully become a global city, I guess you can say there's a series of hard factors. And those factors will be things like connectivity. They'll tend to be things like hosting of important companies, important institutions. Of course, Philadelphia's institutional base is absolutely amazing, as you know very well. So important companies, important institutions, important investors will tend to be there. It'll have this connectivity that gives us access to global markets, global talent, global visitors. And it will combine that with a set of soft factors. And those soft factors will be a kind of a diverse population, a warm welcome, a sense of cohesion that the city is moving together somehow, and the ability to communicate strategically its opportunities, its advantages, its niches, its value added. So if you like, a city that becomes recognized as a global city is not just a city that has the assets, but it's also a city that knows how to communicate those assets. And that's why you and I and others have been involved in this sort of global identity project for Philadelphia, because the communication side of this is a skillful activity that requires thought, requires careful orchestration, and requires a leadership for it to really work. So I would say that that's broadly how a city makes the transition. Some cities also host a global event, and that gives them a catalyst. Other cities celebrate their history that everyone had forgotten in a certain way, and that gives them another kind of catalyst. Some cities really engage in doing some innovations that then become very significant for the rest of the world. So all of these things give you soft power, and they give you influence, they give you resonance. They help the city get to a point where the rest of the world wants to tell its story for it, and therefore the city doesn't have to tell it so much itself.
Absolutely. There's a few key points that you mentioned there. The idea of streamlining assets and engaging stakeholders and having a common narrative. These are some of the key points that we've been taking away with PGIP to elevate Philadelphia to that next level as well. For those who aren't familiar, in our city, we actually have, we formed a partnership of over 40 stakeholders from the public, nonprofit, and government sectors to come together to start streamlining those efforts in our brand narrative. So what are a few examples of other cities that have already been through this process and could possibly serve as, maybe a good example of what to do correctly?
Yeah, so that's a great question, because so many cities have done this in their own way. But let's take a few examples very quickly. So it's very popular to talk about Singapore, of course, because Singapore has done so many things well over its sort of brief 52, 53-year history as an independent nation. But one of the things that it's really done well is to figure out how to tell a consistent story across a myriad of different organizations in the public sector, the private sector, the civic sector. What's amazing when you meet people from Singapore and you say, what's Singapore really good at, or what's Singapore done that's important? Everybody knows the answer. And it's not that they give you the same answer, they give you their version, but the versions always chime together and reinforce one another. So you see the advantage in Singapore of having a common story amongst a very diverse set of organizations. It's quite interesting. Another organization that's done this very well is Amsterdam. Amsterdam is an interesting city, because I guess if I say the word Amsterdam in Philadelphia, people are going to think of some things. And I can guess what some of those things might be, right? But what Amsterdam has really done is to say, okay, so some people want to come to Amsterdam for coffee shops and smoking marijuana and the red light district and all of that. But why does Amsterdam have those things? And taking that inquiry very seriously, Amsterdam has managed to distill a kind of sense of its own essence as being a spirit of enterprise and creativity. So if you like, selling marijuana or indeed selling sex, I mean, of course, everybody will have different moral viewpoints about that, and I'm not presupposing what's correct here. But it's an example of the freedom to trade, the freedom to enterprise, and being creative in how you do it. So if you reinterpret Amsterdam's, the things it's kind of famous for in that way, you can see why it's famous for so many other things too. There's a consistency and a coherence to what they do. And Amsterdam has been spectacularly good at this. They've created a whole framework around it, and they've really been good at animating their metropolitan area. So the 36 different local governments, this would be the equivalent of sort of Southeast Pennsylvania. and they work together in a brand alliance, a marketing alliance, and they make all of the mayors of the little municipalities around the city, they call them deputy mayors of the metropolitan area. This is just a branding idea. There's no real metropolitan area government and there's no real deputy mayor, but it allows them to express collective leadership over place and communication, which I think is interesting. And then if we could do one more, I think a very interesting city to have a look at that's made a huge range of progress here is Tel Aviv in Israel. Tel Aviv is interesting because it's a comparatively young city, but it's grown up next to a comparatively old city, Jaffa. Jaffa, which is a great Palestinian city, was a city that was on the circuit of Arabic trade and Mediterranean trade. Tel Aviv has grown up next to it. In a way, Tel Aviv describes itself as a startup city. It's not just a city for startup companies, which it's particularly good at, but it's a startup city itself. So it's got this kind of dual approach to it of being both a city that's creating itself and being a great place for people who want to create a business. So it's developed around that, a whole story about itself, which has been very compelling. And anyone who, like me, likes to watch the Eurovision Song Contest will know very well that Tel Aviv excelled as the host of that last year.
Well, I did not know that, but I did know that Gal Gadot Wonder Woman is from Tel Aviv.
Yes, so, that's right.
It's funny how that narrative or representation gets out there in multiple streams. But I did want to touch a little bit on Amsterdam because it is a very interesting case study indeed, as far as being an example of a global narrative or a well-known global city with a successful story. But from my studies, I learned that Amsterdam has almost been too successful, right? To the point where they're kind of reverse engineering due to very real world problems of sort of gentrification, where tourists are pushing the locals out, and just the idea of sustainable tourism in general. So of course, we had a very eventful summer where we saw the pandemic come upon us and then the social and political unrest in different areas. So from a sustainability standpoint, what is the future of global cities looking like post COVID and everything else?
Well, there's two fantastic questions buried in your one statement, Deshaun, if I may say. So can we just address tourism first and then we'll come on to COVID? So I think it's important to remember that nearly every successful city is also a tourism destination, right? Even New York, even Tokyo, even Singapore, even Hong Kong, even Paris, the most successful cities in the world are also tourism destinations. But none of those cities are dominated by tourism in the way that we have seen occur in Barcelona and Amsterdam, in San Francisco and in Miami, in the way that we've seen tourism dominate in places like Sydney and Melbourne, and how it's dominated certain places in the Far East, how it's dominated places like Macau. And so the problem is it's not really that tourism is bad for cities or causes gentrification. It's just that if your brand proposal is unbalanced and it's all about come here and have fun, then your city becomes known as a one-night stand and not as a long-term relationship, right? And what you're looking for is a brand positioning that makes your city a long-term relationship. You're interested in investors and innovators and faculty and workers. You don't just want to attract the fun lovers. So I think this is a particular problem for globalizing cities that have a nice climate, or for globalizing cities that have liberal policies like Amsterdam has. So that's one part of the story. It's very important that the sunshine doesn't eclipse the science, as I said once. And so we talk a lot. So Barcelona has an experience of this and saying they want to shift from being a postcard to being a business card. And this is a very important idea in city branding, that we need to have a balance between the visitor proposition, the business proposition, the livability proposition for citizens, as well as the investor innovator proposition. And for many of those cities, they got the balance wrong and they have to correct it. Now, organizations like Airbnb and other sharing economy platforms, I always find it funny talking about the sharing economy, because it seems to me a small number of companies make a lot of money. So who's sharing, right? But the sharing economy platforms have had an unexpected effect, which is to take housing that is generally part of a housing market for a resident population and turn it into temporary accommodation for a visitor population. So if you like, houses have been systematically taken out of the local housing supply and put instead into the tourism market. And that's created a lot of problems in a lot of cities. And as you know, a lot of reforms are happening now. So that would be the story about tourism, Sean. Do you want to come back on that when we get into COVID?
Absolutely. You see, I just streamlined them as one. I think that's my need to travel just coming out there. But yes, switching over to COVID and global cities, trying to build a global city or sustain a global city post-COVID. Have those strategies changed much, or what are your thoughts on that?
Well, this is an absolutely terrific question. And I think it's important not to be glib or naive about this. I think that COVID-19 has revealed 6 or 7 really big imperatives and challenges for cities, some of which have opportunities associated with them, but many of them are experienced now as challenge. I tend to think of COVID as having 3 distinct phases. Phase 1 is pandemic management, and we're still in that, right? Phase 2 is a kind of recovery when it's safe to reuse our cities and all the changes that will happen when it's safe to do that. And then phase 3, if we ever get there, is this kind of new normal in which we've gone through the cycle of change. But very quickly, I think COVID-19 has changed the rules around trade and supply chains to move us back towards resilience and a efficiency. Secondly, it's been a massive accelerator of digitization, changing business models, delivery systems, logistics, how we consume, and not just how we consume entertainment and food, but how we consume goods, knowledge, medicine, everything, right? Number 3 is that it's been a massive shock around human health, particularly health inequalities, and the structural disadvantage and inequality in relation to people's health with the pandemic, which has given rise to all sorts of new social movements that you will all be very, very well aware of. The 4th one is that it's really brought to light the relationship between human health and planetary health. It's made people, I think, much more conscious around climate change, but it's also been a kind of accidental experiment showing that, at least for people who have jobs which can be digitized, it's possible to still be productive and to reduce carbon emissions at the same time. So it's a kind of proof of concept that you can decouple growth and productivity from carbon to some extent. The 5th one is that it's completely changed the relationship between citizens and governments, because governments have been more proactive in how they regulate citizens' lives, and there's been reactions to that, of course. The 6th one is that it's really changed, I think, how people are with each other. It's given rise to new kinds of solidarity, new forms of social capital, neighborliness, mutual aid. Sometimes philanthropy has increased, but it's also increased intolerance for injustice and inequality, quite rightly. And I think that it's going to lead to a whole series of reforms about fair taxation and all sorts of other things, particularly with digitization growing. Now, those 6 things taken together have really started to change the way our cities feel. As you know very well, lots of people are not walking the streets or riding the subway or cramming into the stadiums, the exhibition centers, the museums and the galleries. The schools are not full all of the time. In every country in the world, there's a different set of rules, a different wave of the virus is going on. But one of the things we have to look at is what's going to be the carried behavior from this phase 1 into the phase 2. So I would put this very simply, if I may. I think we're going to end up with cities that are more agile, cities that are more hybrid, and cities that have to innovate much more in how they're organized. And the consequence, I think, will be that we'll have more distributed cities, more people living outside the city, more second and third districts within the city emerging. I think we'll see a dilution of the employment role of the CBDs, but we'll see, I think, the number of people living in the CBD growing as a consequence. So in other words, I think what we're going to see from this, particularly the digitization, is a kind of spreading out of the city into a more distributed form. Sorry for not giving you a more detailed answer. It's such an interesting question, Deshaun, and I spoke long enough, right?
No, that was the perfect answer there. I think you put that in a really good framework. And the key takeaway that I got from there is, it's an evolution, right? And I also love the way that you kind of personified the different behaviors or transitions that a city go through. It's similar to the human evolution process, which one could say is very much written in our DNA. Which brings me to the whole idea that you have a new book coming out in February 2021. It's actually called The DNA of Cities. And I imagine a lot of the things that we discussed today, you actually touch on in the book in much more detail with much more insight. Would you mind giving us just a brief overview of what to expect in the book and possibly where we could find it when it releases?
You're a very kind man, Deshaun. So it's going to be by the Brookings Institution Press, who have published my last 3 books, and they're great. That means it's going to be affordable, which I really like. So the idea of the DNA of cities is that, with half of our brain very interested in comparing cities, you can spend a lot of time comparing every city against every other city and finding the metrics and the KPIs you want to measure them on. And that's fascinating stuff. And I can compare Philadelphia with Barcelona and Melbourne and lots of other cities, right? But we also know that every city is unique. The question is, what makes each city unique? What is that unique, distinctive genetic code that makes Philadelphia always and only Philadelphia, unmistakably Philadelphia, and never able to be anything else? And so in the book, The DNA of Cities, I try to articulate what are the 12 strands of the genetic code of a city. How can you understand what the genetic code is of your city? And if you do begin to understand that genetic code, how can you leverage it to unite the city, to organize the city, to plan the city, but also to dream the city in a kind of new way? And in particular, how can you make a different kind of invitation to your city using this idea of DNA? There are 12 cities in the book, and Philadelphia is one of them. So I've become a student of Philadelphia, and I'm absolutely loving that. And each of these cities is a remarkable, remarkable place in its own way. And whether you think the DNA of a city is a metaphor, in that it's a clever idea to kind of take something from science and put it into cities, or whether you think it's real, because when you have 6.5 million people like you have in Greater Philadelphia living together, isn't that actually a living organism in itself? This is interesting, but I would characterize the book as trying to shift us from the science where every city gets the same medicine to a new science where cities get their own stem cell therapy. They get their own customized, bespoke medicine that tackles them in the root of their DNA. And this is why, of course, Philadelphia is a great city to have in the book, because nobody knows more about stem cell therapy than Philadelphia.
Absolutely. And that is a message that we should be sharing more. So I have one final question for you, sir, before we let you get back to the good work that you do. But after all of the time that you spent in Philadelphia and the research that you've done, without saying Rocky, cheesesteaks, or the Eagles, because we all do love those things, what is your favorite thing about Philadelphia?
Am I allowed 2 answers?
You are definitely allowed 2 answers.
So don't forget, I'm a child of the 70s, so I love the sound of Philadelphia. I am, a soul boy. And the sound of Philadelphia is the music I grew up with. And who cannot be moved to dance when you hear that music, right? At least in my house. The second thing I want to say, which is slightly more serious, is that I think Philadelphia is fundamentally a city of good conscience. When the founding fathers of the city firstly created the city, when they proclaimed independence, when they produced the Constitution, when they invented the idea of America, they were doing something on behalf of a huge number of people who needed to be liberated from a whole series of power relationships that were dominating their lives, taking them for granted, and in a certain way oppressing them. And Philadelphia announced in everything that it hosted a kind of a desire to do things on behalf of a broader humanity against alien power, if I can put it that way. And I think that there's a strand of thought in Philadelphia which is always around good conscience, social innovation, creating a life that is better for everyone, is a kind of core idea that has lasted for 350 years. And that's why Philadelphia is an inspiring place. It is the place that invented America. America has had many twists and turns, but what America stood for a long period of time was the freedom of people not to be oppressed by others. And I think that it's a very challenging time if you're in the US. I imagine the election is a very difficult thing, but it's really critical to remember that Philadelphia is the place that invented these ideas, which indeed inspired the whole world.
Couldn't agree with you more. We are certainly a place that take our passions and turn them into many possibilities here. Well, that is all the time that we have for today. It was a true pleasure getting a chance to chat with you, Greg. I will certainly be shooting you emails and picking your brain again as we continue to go through this process. And we hope to see you here in the city again soon.
All right. Well, thank you, Daishawn and Greg. That was such an awesome conversation. Even without a fireplace, it was still a riveting fireside chat. So that was amazing. Thank you so much for your time and your energy with that. It's exciting. Yeah.
So we're winding down, but the excitement doesn't stop here. And
we're winding down just to wind back up.
You're just so excited, Michelle.
Well, I guess
even behind the mask.
I want to do a little bit of the to be continued from earlier when I did the little mini interview with you both, and I had some lingering questions.
Okay.
And would also ask that you leave some of the audience with some final thoughts about voting, and then we will challenge them during election trivia. So, what are the important deadlines coming up? I know voter registration deadline just passed, but what are some of the other dates people should keep in mind?
Yeah. So if you are voting by mail, October 27th is the last day to apply to vote by mail. So that is next, Tuesday, I believe it is?
So.
That is the deadline for that. The other important dates are, number one, obviously we know that November 3rd we're not going to call it election day, it's voting day, because voting has already started.
Day.
It's voting in person day at your poll location day. But what is important to know is that if you are mailing in your ballot, it must be postmarked by, I believe it's 8 p.m. on November 3rd and received at your local election office by 5 p.m. on November 6th. So that is incredibly important to know. If you are at all concerned about that date, we encourage you absolutely fill out your ballot immediately and take it to one of the 17 satellite election offices or a drop box location. There are 3 drop box locations that are open in the city, one at City Hall, one on Columbus Boulevard, and I forget the third location, but if you go to PhiladelphiaVotes.com, the full list is there.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say, just do it today. And if you haven't applied for your vote by mail ballot and you're not sure if you want to vote in person, go to the satellite office anyway, because it's a one-stop shop. You can get your application, fill it out there, hand it in, be counted 100%.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And I have to ask, and I'll share what my voting plan is.
Sure.
But I have my mail-in ballot at home, and I'm going to drop it off to Capella because I live around the corner from Broad and Carpenter-ish, and I've been hearing really good things about that drop-off location. I think it's a hot one.
It's popular. Yeah.
What are both of your voting plans?
Well, I'm dropping off my ballot. I actually completed mine last night, and I am dropping off I would have dropped it off today, but I was here with you lovely people. So I'm dropping mine off first thing tomorrow morning at City Hall.
So I actually also applied for vote by mail, but I have my ballot, and I also live near Kappa. So Michelle, maybe we can go together, do some social media about it.
Recommending that earlier. Go with a little group.
Yeah, we can have a little voting party.
Yeah.
And maybe that's something we can do tonight or tomorrow.
Maybe I'll bring some wine in a can.
Don't say that on camera.
You gotta celebrate voting, guys. Come on.
Yeah, after we soberly and stably and responsibly submit our ballots. Thank you.
That's right.
You never know who's watching.
That's true. And this is on the internet forever. So great. Cool. Well, speaking of wine down and
join us.
Crack open a bottle
or two.
We as an Amplify Philly and our whole team want to thank both of you so much for joining us today. We are so excited to have you. We know how important this election season is, and you are really our go-to people to get the information we need. And we look forward to seeing what happens as Better Civics grows. Any final thoughts before we give everybody a stretch break and get into trivia?
I just vote early and vote often.
Not often.
Well, every 6 months.
To be clear, vote when there is an election and vote one time for each election. You cannot vote multiple times.
No one's saying that.
You have to be clear. You have to be clear. This is us sober, and that's what's beautiful about this.
Just wait. So we'll see you guys in 5 minutes for some trivia, so please stick around.
That's right. Oh, and we want you to tell your friends about election trivia. It is a great little happy hour from 5 to 5:30. Megan and Jen are going to host it. We have some really awesome questions and some prizes as well, including a $50 gift card to Reading Terminal Market, a 1-month membership to Rec Philly, and some Better Civics and Amplify Philly swag.
Yep.
So super easy to join. If you want to tell your friends, tell them to go to amplifyphilly.com/live, and then that will click them through to YouTube. We want to thank you. This is the last installment of Amplify Philly at Home. Stay tuned and connected to Amplify Philly on social media at Amplify Philly, and we'll let you know what we're up to. We're going to take a literal break now, but also a little bit of an Amplify Philly planning break to regroup, since we had a hell of a year, and we're so glad that you are here with us. We thank our sponsors, partners, our whole team, all of our speakers and presenters. We could not have done this without you, and we can't wait to keep doing good stuff in Philly. All right, take 5, stretch it out, grab a drink, and we'll see you back for election trivia.
and welcome to Election Trivia with Better Civics. Here we go. All right. Well, thank you guys all so much for joining Megan and I, the Better Civics team, all day at Amplify Philly. We learned a lot of great things, talked about some important topics, and now it's time to unwind and unwind a little bit. So we're going to have some drinks. Hopefully you have one too. And we have this beautiful picnic basket here, compliments of Megan and herself. And we're going to do some trivia. So here are the rules. So we are going to pick trivia questions that are focused on the election, on politics, on Philly and world affairs. Thank you, Megan. And we'll read the question out loud. The question will be displayed on the screen. And then we'll have a few seconds for you to decide what your answer is. You type it into the chat, and then Megan and I will be watching, and we will pick a winner. At the end, the winning person will get an awesome prize package. There is a gift certificate. What's in it? It's like
There's a $50 gift card to Reading Terminal. There is the Amplify Philly / Better Civics swag in there as well. Amazing. And there's one more thing that I'm missing. Oh, a Rec Philly membership. That's a 1-month Rec Philly membership for the lucky winner. So you're getting some good stuff, some really good stuff.
Awesome. I can't wait. Maybe I'll win.
I'll probably win.
And the Better Civics swag, we have cute, very cute, personalized hand sanitizers. Yeah. We've got pens, everything you need to vote safe. That's our Vote Safe kit. So we're excited about it.
We're going to get started because I spilled wine, and
we're just
before
acting
it gets even
casually
wilder,
about this, though.
this is a mess already. So
all right.
We're going to start.
Great.
So I'll start with the first question. Wait,
go for it.
Cheers.
Cheers.
First.
Cheers.
Cheers to a great day of Amplify Philly at home. The finale.
Yep.
Cheers to whoever's going to win and let us use their Reading Terminal gift card. Fantastic.
Perfect.
All right.
Clink.
All right.
Definitely Kathy Lee and Hoda vibes right now.
This is beautiful. Give us a show.
Yeah.
All right. First question. How many consecutive terms is a Philadelphia City Council member allowed to serve? Who's going to get it?
Okay. Landon has an answer.
Landon has an answer.
Alex putting her thinking cap on.
Landon, it's not the right answer, but at least you tried.
And we'll see. We'll give people a few more seconds to respond.
Some more effort, people. I'm going to drink while you guys figure this out.
Yeah, how long should we just do it by sips? 3 sips? For
3 sips.
I know my friend Rick Nucci hosted this last time, and I wonder if he also had a drink while doing it.
You can just Google it.
Yeah.
Like,
no, they're not supposed to Google it.
You're not supposed to, but...
True Quizzo. Well...
Okay.
It's the first one well, go ahead. Should we give it to her?
Good job, Landon. Good job. Proud of you. I love that for you.
Way to turn it around, Landon.
The answer was unlimited.
That's right. There are unlimited term limits for city council, which means once you are elected, you can continue to get reelected. It's not like that for every office, but for city council, it is. Great topic of conversation among friends to think about. What are the pros and cons of that, right? All right, here we go. Next question. I should know this one.
Okay.
Voting in Philadelphia is overseen by an elected body called the City Commissioners. How many are there?
Good question, Jen Devor.
Fun fact, I actually ran for city commissioner back in 2019.
You did.
And so I know the answer to this.
So proud.
But I'm not going to give it away.
So proud of you.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like we got the first answer.
Two doll hands.
Two doll hands.
Is a wild name.
She got it, though.
Or he.
Or they. I
got
just
the
assumed doll.
answer.
That was my bad.
So congrats to Two Doll Hands for and also thanks for the emotional support to Jen, Alex Freeman.
Yes. Clearly I need it.
All right.
All right,
Next
Megan, you're
question.
up next.
All right. One of the people up for re-election on November 3rd is Josh Shapiro. What office does he currently hold? Great question.
Great.
I'm a fan of Josh.
I should be nonpartisan, but as his elected position, I think he's
Exactly.
doing a great job.
Yeah.
Yep, 100%.
All right. What office does Josh Shapiro hold?
Let's see.
Keith
Knapp.
Oh, you know what? Sorry. You're supposed to say the answer. My apologies.
Keith Knapp, congratulations. You got a point. Drinks on us next time. All right, let's keep it going. Now, remember, the winners get awesome prize packages. So let's participate, people. All right. Why? Oh, this is a good one. Why do we vote on a Tuesday in early November?
That's a good one.
Yeah. Why do we vote on a Tuesday?
Why do we?
Although now, as we talked about, we can vote in the
voting already
season.
started.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
But why is vote in person at your polls day on a Tuesday?
On a Tuesday. So let's see why. Now, this is more of an open-ended question, so we'll take a couple of different systems. Johnny Foster has a lot to say, though.
Because,
Johnny,
speak your truth, Johnny Foster. Because that's when the club goes. You know what, Meredith? That's an answer. Yeah, that's because of. Okay.
Oh, I didn't show you the answer. That's sorry. We're like bad at this, but we're so good at this too.
We're so good at it. Farmers. Okay. Wait. No. He can't play.
No, but.
Oh, Keith Knapp. Shout out to you, Keith Knapp.
Love Keith Knapp.
Also, Keith, I want to recall that we already said how much we love you, how much we appreciate you. So, should you come in first place, don't forget us.
Yeah.
Okay? That $50 can go a long way at Reading Terminal.
I feel like every time we're in a position to give away a gift card, we always ask for it from whoever wins.
We're a nonprofit. We're a nonprofit.
That's kind of like our MO. All right.
Okay.
All
next,
right.
Is it my turn or your turn?
I
think
it's your
mine.
turn. It's
Okay.
your turn.
All right. Well, I feel like we covered this, but all right.
You want to just
to
go
see
off
if you
the
were
cuff?
paying
You want to go off the
attention.
cuff? You want to make up your own, or
Nope.
Okay.
Not yet.
Okay.
I've only had 4 sips. What time will the polls close on November 3rd in Philadelphia?
Oh, this is important to know.
It's very important to know.
Very important to know, especially in a year where there may be lines.
Yes.
But listen, don't let the lines discourage
Don't.
you. Bring a snack.
Bring a
Celebrate
snack.
democracy.
Make sure your phone is charged.
Yeah.
Or
Yep.
bring a. You're not checking.
Oh, that's right. I'm not. Meredith gets it at 8 p.m. That's right.
Shout out to Meredith.
Shout
who
out to Meredith.
Also enjoys going to the club on a Tuesday.
Yes.
As she shared with us.
Perhaps after she votes.
Perhaps with her mask on.
Of course.
Socially distanced.
Of course.
At the club.
Which is outdoors.
There it is.
What a world we live in. All right. I'm going to pick one. Oh, this is going to be a really tough one. I'm just giving you guys
I'm
get ready
pulling
now.
for you, Keith Knapp.
According to the 2018 records, how many Republican committee people are in Philadelphia? So how many Republican committee people are in Philadelphia? For those of you who don't know what a committee person is, the committee system helps. It's an elected position. It helps get out the vote in Philadelphia. There's a Democratic committee party. There's a Republican one. And, you know, this whole city is divided up into divisions and wards that make up the committee people. So how many Republican committee people are in Philadelphia?
So here's what we're going to do, because it's a big number, and you might not get it. It is not 2.
It's not one. Yeah, you guys are way off.
That's very. So we'll treat this like The Price is Right, right? So like maybe you don't get the exact number, but whoever comes closest to it will give them the point. You guys are woefully low right now in your responses.
Yeah.
So
bring it up.
Try a little harder, guys.
All right, we're going to be here all night.
We're going to. Okay.
All right, we got one that's.
Is Price is Right? If you go over the number, does it count? No, you can't go over.
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
But I think we should give it to them.
Okay, we're going to give it to Landon.
Yeah.
Because Landon's been trying very hard.
Yeah. So it's not 1,000. But it's, and by the way, this answer is a little loose, just to be fair, around 950. So, Landon, you were the closest with 1,000. The first closest, we're going to give it to you. That's a point for Landon.
But also, Landon came back with 900, so he gets
So he's right in the middle. That's
Landon
perfect.
Or
Landon,
they, sorry to misgender you, Landon. I don't want to do that.
They're killing it.
Killing it.
Killing it.
All right. Did I? You did that.
Now you pull.
All right. Next question. Joe Biden's official campaign headquarters are in Philadelphia at a building called Center Square. What famous piece of artwork is right outside the front door? Come on.
A little architectural trivia. I like that.
Love it.
Like mix it up a little bit.
Because politics and art.
Yeah.
Like
I mean,
it goes hand in hand. Civic engagement.
Both are changing the world.
Public art. There it is. That's not how you spell it. But you know what? 2 doll hands, you came back.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, you're supposed to be looking at
No, you're fine. No, this is fine. We're just
2
going
doll
back
hands.
and forth.
Great job.
That spelling though is wild, but I can see your enthusiasm and I love it. That's great. The fact that we had somebody rush to type an answer, we're doing our jobs right.
2 doll hands, you get it. Keith, what you did was copy and paste. Is Keith also 2 doll hands?
Johnny Foster says it's because she has 2 doll hands. She can't type. I don't know if that's...
Is Johnny Foster also 2 doll hands?
I don't know. Is it one person?
Are we being catfished?
No. This is a legitimate event with many people watching. I swear. All right. I feel like we're way behind in time, but that's all right.
They're going to kick us out.
They'll let us know. All right. Okay, here we go. Another number answer.
Okay.
Pennsylvania is expected to lose one of its electoral votes after the 2020 census.
Yeah.
How many does it currently have? So this is a question about the Electoral College, controversial system that elects our president. Right now, Pennsylvania has 20 votes of the Electoral College. And I just gave the answer away.
Okay, wow.
I ruined it. I'm sorry.
What a disgrace.
We're going to do a bonus question.
We have extra questions.
We have an extra question. Can we just give everyone a point for that?
Yeah.
We're just going to give everyone a point for that.
Everyone gets a point.
Okay, there you go. It's been a long day.
Okay. For voting purposes, Philadelphia split up into 1,692 precincts. Those precincts are organized into wards. How many wards does Philadelphia have? Do you want to talk a little bit about what wards are?
Yeah, so going back to being a committee person and what that entails. So Philadelphia has X number of wards. I won't say how many, and I will not ruin another question.
Thank you.
But those wards, within those wards are divisions. A division is about a 5-block radius. So think about, that in in the sense of the city, every 5 blocks is a division, and then those divisions make up a ward.
Yeah.
And then those wards are the foundation for the committee people and ward leaders and really the two-party political system in Philadelphia. I mean, those are the people that are on the street, knocking on doors, phone banking, canvassing on behalf of, both the Democratic and the Republican ticket. So it's a pretty important
My
role.
guy, Keith Knapp, came in with the answer.
Yeah, Keith. All right.
Shout out to Keith.
Great.
Keith, I hope you're not Googling these answers.
Yeah.
But you know what? I'm going to trust that you're just smart and civically engaged. All right.
All right. Here we go.
Meredith thinks he's cheating. You know what, Meredith? Don't be that person. Seriously, don't be that person.
You're going to read this one.
Why am I reading?
Are you reading it or am I
It's
reading
your
it?
turn.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I just talked a lot of that last one. I did. If Joe Biden or Donald Trump were to win after the results of the November election are certified, this is a weird question. What number U.S. president would they be? So how many presidents do we have now? And then whoever wins the next election, what number of president would that be?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a little of a weird question.
What's wild about it is that, here's a spoiler, it's all, Landon got it.
Landon!
Shout out to Landon. But the cool thing is that what I didn't realize is that the number of presidents also is similar to the number of seasons that SNL has been on.
Oh!
So we're in our 45th season, and we currently have the 45th president. Little factoid. You're welcome.
So here's a question, though, and this is why I thought this question was worded a little oddly. So if our current president gets reelected, do they still keep the same number,
No,
or
they're
it moves up?
46.
Oh,
Yeah.
So it was weird only by my own assumption.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, he would be the 45th and 46th.
Oh, I didn't
president.
realize that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, the more you know. Look we're all learning things today.
We're all learning things.
All right.
Did you ask that one? I asked. Oh wait, Keith says
I asked
Trump
this
stays
one.
at 45. Keith,
I wish we had a call. Can we get a phone up here? I wish we could have a call-in show. That's our show.
you know what?
That would be great. We got to get Keith to call in. All right. Well,
Keith,
we'll
I
see.
think
We'll look it up later. I think we're good
Keith,
though.
this is our show, not yours.
Yeah. You don't win a spot up here. Sorry.
Unless you're going to share that Reading Terminal gift card if you win.
All right.
All right. Last and final question.
Yep.
Name as many offices up for election in 2021 as you can.
Ooh, this is going to be good. Keith, don't log off. We love you, Keith.
No. Keith, where are you going?
So you have to name as many as possible.
Yeah.
Go right now. Go.
David Silver, get out of the chat.
The mayor is not up for election.
That someone thinks the mayor's up for re-election.
It's good. This is good, though. All right, we're keeping moving. There's more.
To ban someone from the chat. I won't say his name, but it rhymes with avid sailor. You're right. I'm 5 sips in. Okay, David Silver.
Also a popular character on 90210. You know I had to. I love it.
Here,
all right.
oh,
here
yeah,
he comes.
Keith
Keith is back, and he is back strong.
Yes, Keith. We never doubted you, Keith.
Janitor. I mean, depending on your take on the political system.
Yeah. It feels like we'll let some more come in, but it feels like Keith may be the winner here.
The comeback kid.
What naps it? Meredith, we discussed this. Stop.
Okay, great.
We're
Let's
just going to
keep
let
people
some
Keith for prez.
I mean, if he puts me in his cabinet.
If you could have any cabinet position, what would you do?
Ooh, friend, that's a good question.
Yeah.
Give me a second. Okay. What would you choose?
I don't know. So, I I obviously love education and I'm passionate about that.
Yeah.
And I would love to just do like something radical there.
Yeah.
But I also love Secretary of State. Like, I feel like I would travel.
Yeah.
I love people.
Yeah.
I would be a great ambassador to the world.
You already have a blazer on.
I love blazers.
So I feel like that's half
I think
of
it would
the
be
job.
between like education and Secretary of State.
I think I would want education. Like I would, I definitely think I would want education, just because of the point that you made that there's opportunity to be like very radical with that and re-envision some things. I think is key. And then also when we talk about how do we, this ongoing effort to eradicate poverty and how we affect generational, intergenerational poverty, there's a lot of systemic things that we need to address. So it's not just one solution, but it's multi-pronged, and part of that is education. So like, what does that look like? I would love to be a part of that conversation.
I think all of this stuff, it starts at the root. It's education. 100%.
But honestly, I'm not sure I would want to be in a cabinet. Like I would want to feel like, because it's not that you're far removed from the issues, but I would want an opportunity to be like really on the ground, like really affect real long-lasting change. So I don't know. Could I be a Secretary of Education who like hung out in the community and
I think that's that's what we want to do, right? Like it's the people's house, so we want to bring it back to the people. So
all right, so we
would
have
be great.
our winners, and we're excited about it. I guess we go like third, second, and first.
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah.
Drama.
Do you want me to do a drum roll while you read off the answers?
I think that would be beautiful.
Okay. Ready?
Yeah. Coming in third is Two Door Hands.
Woo! All right.
You get awesome Amplify Philly and Better Civics swag. Don't be selfish, though, when you get it. There's going to be enough Better Civics stuff in there to share with your friends and your family, your neighbors, in a safe way. And also take a picture of it and post it on Instagram. Second place, our guy Landon Gonzalez.
Landon!
Shout out to Landon.
The comeback king. There they go. I love it.
Because Landon wasn't doing too well in the first couple rounds. But then Landon came up. I had a feeling that, like, because Meredith was coming in strong, but then Landon was like, hell no, here I go.
Great job, Landon.
I loved it. You love to see it. And then in first place, who's going to get a 1-month membership to Rec Philly, a bunch of Amplify Philly and Better Civic swag, and a $50 gift card to Reading Terminal that he's going to share with Jen and I.
That's right.
Is Keith Knapp.
All right.
Love to see that for you, Keith.
Let's give it up for Keith.
Let's give it up for our new BFF, Keith.
That's amazing. Thank you so much to everybody that played and participated. Make sure to continue to talk about voting and civic engagement year-round. Have your voting plan. Bring your friends.
Keith, if you want to make a speech in the comments, Keith.
Yes.
Like, we didn't allow Keith to make an acceptance speech. Right. So if you want to make an acceptance speech, Keith, the floor is yours. We're here.
Do you want to do a dramatic reading of it if he types it in? Keith, if you can type it in the next 30 seconds, Megan will
Please read it, Keith. I mean, please type it, Keith. I will read it.
He is going to send us a calendar invite for a Reading Terminal Market lunch. That's wonderful.
Yeah. Keith, come on, Keith.
All right. Well, I don't think we can wait any longer. I'm sorry. You can email us at contact@bettercivics.org to get all of your election needs. Go to our website, bettercivics.org. Go to bettercivics.org/resources.
He said he would like to thank his mom.
Oh, that's nice.
I'm going to read it how I feel it, how it makes me feel. I would like to thank my mom.
Yeah, good.
With that face.
That's sweet.
Is your mom go, Johnny Foster, don't be that guy.
All right. This is getting out of hand. All right.
This is wild. Jen, everyone's hating.
Let's do this again.
Yes.
Right? We would love to do this again. Hopefully Amplify Philly will have us back after their break.
Demand it.
Yep. And I don't know, any closing remarks, Megan?
Nope. Just make sure that you have a voting plan this election season. Do not sit on the sidelines. Make sure that your voices are heard and your votes count, but then also make sure that you continue the work. The real work starts after the last vote is counted. We do not end just because we know who is going to be occupying the White House and who's going to be occupying all the other seats. The real work continues. Let's get out there. Let's stay invigorated. Let's stay excited. And we will see you out there.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye, guys.